All right. Another day, another game. Now, a little bit of context behind this before we get this ball rolling. I always really enjoyed the Sands of Time trilogy for Prince of Persia, and I had a love-hate relationship with the original Prince of Persia game. Mostly, it loved to kill me, and I tried to enjoy it, but it was always rough. This game hits a lot of interesting marks around all of that while managing to play to some of what a modern roguelite is as well. And if that doesn't make sense, don't worry, as we go along, it will hopefully make more sense. Let's just get this ball rolling. I practiced the game for about 3 hours, and let me tell you, I don't think I learned anything in those 3 hours. Judging from how my performance was most of the time. So don't expect success. I'm gonna tell you that one right now, but this game's fun. So we're gonna play it for a while. Cursor off the screen since it had a habit of staying showing even when I was using the controller. We have all heard the tales of the Prince of Persia. Hero of the people, proud warrior, liberator, immortal. But only a few remember the war that he brought about unwittingly. After provoking the fury of the formidable Huns, the prince found himself powerless against their shaman magic. 3 nights later, he awoke, his faithful bola hanging from his neck. This is the tale I will tell you today. Brought to you by Evil Empire. Published by Ubisoft. Thankfully, without any need for Uplay, which was slightly surprising. No time to waste. I have to stop the Huns before they reach the city. Now, neat thing you'll notice immediately is you can run on the background wall, all by pressing left trigger. Probably one of the more notable things this game has right out the gate for it is this is very much a very heavy movement game. If you can't move well, you are not going to survive. You got wall running, you've got backflipping, dashing. Like, there's quite a lot of movement. If you came in here, though, expecting anything akin to the old Prince of Persia's, you're gonna be disappointed. It definitely carries a lot more of the modern than the old. I just want to get that out of the way as well. Like, about the only carryover, really, is the fact that it's very good at killing you. I don't know why they teach you the double jumping using wall running before they teach you jumping from wall running. That's a little backwards, but it's fine. So much smoke. It's too late. The Huns are attacking the city. What have I done? I hope they manage to get out. Now you'll notice we don't really have context for what has happened quite yet, aside from the prince did something to offend the Huns, and now the Huns are burning everything to the ground, as they do. But yeah, you've got a lot of fast basic attacks. You can vault over enemies. You can kick them around, which is going to be another big claim to fame that's going to be showing up for this. We have a ranged weapon like that, as you saw at the top of the screen. You'll notice we also have a healing jar up there. I will not be using that unless I absolutely need to, because you don't get those charges back particularly quickly. There's also dropping attacks like that. And, you know, what would Prince of Persia be without Spike Death? Hold on, I'll get you out. My prince. Bless you're here. Only you can save Persia. Stay with me. I'll take you somewhere safe. Nope. Alright. I'll save you. You and every other Persian who died in the fight. My faithful Bola, I'm counting on you. Don't let me down. Now, those who are familiar with the Sands of Time games are probably used to time fuckery by now. He doesn't have the knife, though, in this reality. He's got a bola hanging around his neck that does much the same thing. Just without allowing us to manipulate time, per se. Yeah, there's our kicking tutorial. Splat. Get used to be doing a lot of that, just kicking enemies into things. Like this. His stunning is going to be a lifesaver. Because as the store page says, the prince is not particularly powerful. Your Highness, grab hold of me. I can't. What happened to your arm? The shaman magic, Hold on. I think he's holding on to the ground really well, but that's about it. The Huns are a much more formidable foe than we thought. This is what happens when you kick a hornet's nest. In this case, a hornet's nest full of Huns. Now, these guys with shields, we can't kick around until we break the shield by doing damage. You can break the shield by diving on them. You can break it by kicking enemies into them, like it's telling me up there. You'll still get the stun as well, which is great. Come here. Bonk. As you can see, as long as you manipulate your opponents, you can clean them out really easily. But if you aren't careful, you can take a lot of damage, as you've seen by how I've already lost, like, near 300 hit points. These are checkpoints. You can warp between them, much like in something like Dead Cells. Actually, I wanted to follow that path down there. There's gonna be a lot of split paths and a lot of actual okay exploration. Like, as you can see here, this path led to a chest. Which gets us an upgraded knife and a different sub-weapon, the chakram. Which, personally, thus far, I have preferred the chakram in, like, every situation. But I am also still very bad about forgetting to use my sub-weapon at all. Because it's on that 3 dots of energy up there, based on you hitting things. And anything that's on a meter like that, I tend to forget to use, because more often than not, I'll either use it a lot and run out of energy, or I will not use it at all and never need energy. But that's why the chakram is fun, is it's a boomerang, essentially. These guys are bombers. You don't want to be near that bomb, as you might imagine. Now, one thing to note is, at face value, the combat in this is fairly basic. And I say at face value it's basic because there's more to it that'll come in later. We just can't do as much as we will be able to do later yet. But it's fun to just bully people around by kicking them. Go say hi to the spikes. Now, you might be questioning, well, what's the point of fighting all these guys? Well, for right now, the main reason is to get more gold to spend in run. Because gold is your mid-run buy things at shop currency, as you might imagine. Now, you might be wondering why I'm making a specification between in-run and out-of-run currency right now. It'll make sense later. In my testing, much later than I would have anticipated, but we'll get into that when we get to that. Yeah, you default to 1,000 health plus a healing charge right out the gate. You will always have that 3 energy, unless something later on increases that I don't know about yet. Our champion, we have to get you out of here. You need help. What we need is to eliminate their king. And we need to take care of your injuries first. You must destroy the evil at its root. Soldier, can you hear me? And gone. He's right. No point in lingering here. Now, you might be wondering how I'm doing that backflip on command. If I change direction, he backflips. Except if I'm jumping when I change direction. As you can see, they've got creatures along with them. They look kind of like red pangolins? I don't really know what those are supposed to be, quite. Now, get used to the frame rate visually hitching a little bit when we're going through these load screens. I don't know if it's supposed to slow down when this happens, but that's the only time I've encountered any issues with this. Once through the city gates, the prince looked over the extent of the damage. The Huns had already taken the entire city in less than 3 days. Fourth day, afternoon. Keep track of that day number. Just trust me on that one. Just keep track of it. I believe whenever you fill at these, you get your healing charge back as well. Usually I still had a healing charge left when I used it, so I'm not 100% on that, but I feel like that's exactly when you'd get your healing charge back. Now, this area is a significant step up in terms of platforming danger, so be ready for that. But it gives you a really cool shot here as you're sliding down the massive aqueduct. And welcome to hell. Population me. As I fall through the platform because I tried to down slam too close to the ground. So yeah, notice the huge amount of spike like death everywhere suddenly. And new enemy type. These guys with the claw hands. They're very dangerous if you're not quick. And now you got moving saw blades as well. Like, the aqueduct has very quickly turned from a place of water to a place of murder. I have to imagine that they didn't have all these traps set up in their aqueduct before. Otherwise, maintaining it would be a nightmare. Especially if all that machinery got soggy. Oh, that would just be the worst. Got archers now too, but just like anybody else, you kick them off a cliff and they're sorted out. There we go, deal with the archer. Kick you off the ledge too. Oh, he changed direction quicker than I thought he would. This is why I really don't like archers. They're harder for me to keep track of, because they can shoot pretty far, as you might expect from an archer. There we go. The shield guy being clumped up in all of them was also a problem. As you can see, your heal gives you 500 back. So this is already not going the best. You know, at the rate this is going, I feel like this is a bad idea, but we could do with some more power, so we'll give it a go. You usually get pretty good weapons, like the 5-level increase for our knives here, in exchange for risking your health. Being able to kill them quicker is going to make a very big difference for us. And a better chakram, very good. Now, I will say, I have one complaint with the wall running now and then, and that is every now and then I seem to get stuck in a weird loop with it, but I don't know if that's me or the game yet. Like, every now and then it just doesn't move the way I think it should, and I still don't know if that's me or the game. This is where you use your gold. These two little smuggler kids here. They're doing a great job. Unfortunately, they were after I spent my health. Otherwise, I probably would have bought this royal sword here. Because the royal sword's pretty good. It's got a little bit more reach than the double daggers, but it's a little bit slower. And its special is just a set of fast attacks, which on the weapon that it is, it's good. Also notice I'm trying to wall run there, and sometimes it just isn't doing it. And that again is I'm unsure whether it's the game issue or not. There has been a patch already today to fix performance issues that it apparently had, which I did not encounter any, but apparently a lot of people were having an issue where it was running really bad, which for the kind of game this is, would be incredibly deadly. But it's also somewhat surprising for a game of this type to have that kind of major performance issue. Like, I feel like there's not that much here for it to bog down on, but I also don't know the specs of the systems involved with those that were having trouble with it either. They may have been trying to run it on like a 10-year-old laptop, like I used to do. Difference being I wouldn't complain about it because I know what I'm getting into. Did I have to kill that guy? No. Am I doing it anyway? Yes. Did he live? Nope. You can always tell they died when the gold arrives in your pocket. Now, either this game meters out its mechanics a little on the slow side, or I was just doing a really bad job in my first couple runs when I was testing the game out. That's another case of you'll understand what I mean here in a little bit if it ends up playing out the same way. But I wanted to comment on it now just as a preemptive measure. Now that lever opened up this bit here. I've only seen one instance so far where you don't want to pull those levers immediately out of 3 encounters with levers. So I would say generally it's a good idea to pull the lever straight away. These regular soldiers really aren't very dangerous as long as they're alone. Even if they have a shield, they're not much of a threat, especially now that we've got better knives. It's when they start really clumping up that you might be better off just running past them, like I'm pretty sure you're intended to, considering how mobile you are. Look at all these weapons I'm still not going to use because they're not level 7. Oh wow, I found you first run, huh? So I guess I just never happened to find the right spot in the like 3 runs I did before I ran into this one. Just, as it says right here in front of you, they make your weapon better. Now, I don't know what the number there in the middle, the 58 with the 2 up chevrons next to it, means. I assume that's your per hit damage, considering your DPS does not go up by the same amount that is indicated on that number, and that number's not shown anywhere else. I have to assume that that's your individual hit damage. Problem is, it's not shown to you anywhere, so hard to verify. But it's logical because of the fact that you do 3 attacks with these knives pretty quickly, so your DPS being 164 would then make 58 per hit make sense. What I found very interesting is the DPS on a lot of these weapons is fairly even. Like, this is 2 levels lower, which is why its DPS is lower right now. But on average, if they're the same level, most of these weapons are going to be pretty on par. Like, you'll notice there's only like a 6 DPS difference between the Tabar, which is a fairly slow axe. In fact, here, I'll show the animations for these weapons, since we can just swap freely. I didn't know that could happen. That's pretty fun. Just watching the item bounce around. There we go. If I was gonna keep the sword, I would have just let the weapon keep bouncing there for eternity because it would have been funny. I should teleport. You could probably make your way back up that aqueduct, but this is quicker. Just dive into the sand and reappear here. But yeah, this might be tied more into the most recent Prince of Persia. The Metroidvania kind of one that I still haven't got a chance to play. And that might explain why some of this doesn't line up with what I'm used to. Who from any of the other Prince of Persia series is. Because the thing is, I don't really think any of this is really consistent with any of them, but I don't think this design's consistent with that one either, and I don't think Evil Empire is the one that made that one. Like, obviously some things are going to be common between a lot of them because of the source material that this is loosely based on, that all of these are, I believe, loosely based on. In some cases, probably very loosely. But I'm not overly familiar with any of that either, so I can't speak at length on that. But I, like many other people, were expecting this to be very similar to Dead Cells, and in stage structure it is, but other than that, that's kind of where the similarities end, for the most part. The attacks feel a little similar too, but you have a lot more immediate movement options available. Now, this is where it's gonna go wrong for me. I'm just gonna tell you all that right now, because this is our first boss fight. I haven't won this fight yet. Well, this could be more complicated than I thought. You fell right into my trap. General Berud the Unstoppable. The attack pattern on Berud's not bad. I'm just not good enough at the movement yet to stay ahead of all of Berud's attacks. Is where this gets bad. I did learn recently, though, you can kick the boulders at them and knock their shield off. I was breaking those boulders thinking that they were a trap meant to set me up for failure. Notice how much damage you take when you get hit by Berud. Like, we've already lost half our health getting hit twice, and now it's just gotten worse. Meanwhile, conversely, we can't do a lot of damage back to Berud by comparison. I don't know if this is designed for you to meta progression into, or if you're just supposed to be a lot better at this than I am. It doesn't help that I keep catching the very edge of that high shot, trying to jump over it. What you're supposed to do is wall run over it, and I know that, but I keep reflexively trying to jump just because of experience with other things that are similar to this. Like, that's actually a case of experience coming back to bite me a little bit. I forgot about that move. Believe it or not, this is actually better than my first fight with Berud went, because I've learned so much. First time around with Berud, I got bodied immediately. This time we might actually win if I play my cards right. Nope. Because they broke the wall, so I couldn't go up as high as I wanted to. I should have paid more attention to the background. I remembered that that was a mechanic, but I didn't quite do it. Death? Impossible, for his bola protects him. It turns back time and takes the prince to a safe place. He is the sole witness to this cycle. All he can do now is start anew. Try again, until he finds a way to save his kingdom. So yeah, we're stuck in a stable personal time loop, basically. I'm back at the oasis. I'm unhurt. Looks like my bola's working properly. Though it didn't bring me back to the right point in time. Because if we move, you'll see 3 days since the city was first invaded. So the same time we arrived to begin with. The prince obviously was hoping to be brought back sooner than that. But unfortunately, he was already committed to that part of the timeline. Well, you're finally on your feet. You've been in bed for 3 days, kid. I remember this conversation. My bullet didn't take me back to the time before the Huns invaded. Everything good? You look a little lost. I'm feeling better, Sukra. Thank you for looking after me in your oasis. Sure thing, you were in pretty rough shape when I freed you after all. Now though, I have to keep it together and find a solution. Their king must surely be in our palace by now. If I can defeat him, the Huns will be forced to surrender. That's biting off more than you can chew, even for you, kid. Remember the state you were in when after your first encounter. I can't just give up and do nothing, Sukra. Also guessing at that pronunciation. I'm probably getting it wrong, but I'm just gonna make the best I can out of that. But yeah, now we're just right back here at the beginning. You'll notice there was nothing for us to do at the camp right now. This is what I mean about it metering out mechanics, because there are other things that are going to happen at the camp as we go. And maybe if I was better at the game and actually won that first boss fight first try, things might move along a little faster. Worth noting, in the couple hours I played, still never beat that boss. It's so quiet here. Seems like everyone's gone. Zagros Village, fourth day, dawn. Well now, never seen this type of medallion before. Feel great power resonating within. This is one of your power-up mechanics. This is what I mean when I say it meters out the mechanics a little bit. Because you would think you would have been given this in your tutorial or somewhere along your first run. But no, they only appear at the second run as far as I've been able to tell. Medallions are powerful items that can trigger various effects depending on the prince's situation and actions. Medallions can be found in various chests and shops in the form of collectibles and as rewards for defeating bosses. Which is why I was saying that theoretically if I'd won that first boss fight, we would have seen the medallion mechanic first run. But I'm still bad at that fight, so it takes a little bit. But you'll notice a little green bit next to this medallion. That means it'll upgrade the medallion that gets put in that slot at any point. The medallion could already be there, and it'll upgrade the medallion that is in the slot. You don't really see level ups on this medallion, so it doesn't give it an example particularly well, but usually medallions have 3 stages of effect. This one just spreads resin no matter what you do with it. Resin is quite handy though. As you can see, it makes a puddle of resin. What resin does is it slows your enemies down. Which, as you might imagine, in a game where enemies can do real big harm to you real quick, slowing them down is very important. Just one of the many ways you're gonna gain to tip the scales in your favor, as long as you're attentive and clever. Which is what I appreciate with this game so far, is that playing smart is actually a very big advantage. I haven't really demonstrated that here today yet, but it's meant to be an advantage. Because right now I'm focusing on getting thoughts out and all of that. Get used to those assassins posted up on these poles now, by the way. They are upsetting. You go near them, they'll hit you. You kick far enough away from them, but then they won't attack you. But you have to do it at just the right range, because if you are even slightly too late, they'll hit you. That's what makes them upsetting. Now, some effects have a cooldown on them. As you can see, I can just spread resin all over the place. Weird thing with the fall damage for those guys, by the way. They can fall pretty far and not be affected, and sometimes they fall very short distance and are affected. I haven't 100% figured that out yet. You'll want to watch out for these glowing doors because they lead to hidden rooms that will either give you a lot of loot like this one is, or it'll give you a parkour challenge to get better things. You can use any medallion to upgrade your currently equipped medallions. These upgrades are represented by a green arrow icon. You can replace one equipped medallion with another, however, any upgrades linked to the medallion will be destroyed along with the medallion itself. You know, unless it happens to have the same upgrades. Note the unlock symbol on the one that we're about to place. That is telling you how much it's getting upgraded by being placed where you're going to put it. So if I move it over here, we don't get the increased healing. You want this one. His Wells of Dreams, I think, are the checkpoints based on the icon there. I think that's true. So we'll pop that right there. And this one, you'll note, has 2 upgrades to the left of it. And this does bonus damage against shields, which is also nice. If we put it here, we'll upgrade both of our medallions and get the most benefit out of that one in the middle that we can. So that is your quick and dirty explanation of how medallions work. And the sheer amount of benefit you could potentially get from medallions if used appropriately. I think that the medallions you get when it's first teaching you about it are set in stone, because all 3 of these medallions are exactly the same as when I tested this on the prior file. So I don't know actually how randomized this game actually is. This is different though. I didn't get this before, but I also, I think, missed this room. I wasn't paying attention when I was running through. Energy points, by the way, as you might imagine, are for your ranged attacks. But when you get hit receiving gold and when you get hit setting fire to the area is pretty fun. I would have to replace this one to get the setting fire. I could get the gold, but then I'd lose the 10 hit points. And I would lose my resin kick, which I don't want to lose. Problem is, putting it here just makes the shield breaker slightly better, and it's never going to get any upgrades unless I replace shield breaker. Which I might at some point, so I guess I'll put it there anyway. So yeah, that's your primer on how the main mechanics of this game work. Now it's just mostly going to be a matter of watching me die a bunch while I try to get better at it. All in all, we were pretty close to winning that fight. That went from starting as one of my worst fights against that boss to turning into almost a success. My prince. Ezda, what are you doing here? You didn't really think I'd abandon my village so quickly, my prince. But the Huns... I can defend myself, and the Hun camp doesn't scare me. Got everything I need with me. You should still be careful, Asda. I'll protect what we built to the death if need be. I'll do my best not to let it come to that. The Hun camp. I was held prisoner there until Sukra freed me. As you learn about locations, you can go there. That's an interesting thing with this game, is it's not purely a pathing-based game. This is actually an interesting mechanic in that, you know how I was looking kind of funny at the area above the doorway we used to get here? The Hun camp actually appears up there. It's actually a split path at the beginning of the game, rather than a potential location you can randomly run into. In a world of roguelites with RNG-based locations, it's kind of nice having a set location to get to. Like, I like it and don't at the same time, if that makes sense. When an enemy collides with an obstacle, restore energy. That's not got a good upgrade layout for me right now, so I won't be taking that. I will take the chakram, though, so I can have that for the boss. Hey, piss off. Every now and then, I try to do a dive, and all I do is exactly what you just saw there. Dive to my doom and lose half my health. Wrong button. take note of how fast we just lost all of that health. We went from full health to a third, just in the span of one bad skirmish. That's how dangerous this game is. Like, every enemy in this game is potent and can fuck your day up if you make a mistake. They are not messing around. Because remember, the prince is a hero to his people, but he's not like some kind of super-powered hero. He is just a hero to his people because of what he's done. Which falls into question a little bit, if you think about it, considering apparently it's his fault the Huns invaded, so mixed results there. But yeah, you don't have like the guaranteed protection when you're dashing or anything like that you'd be used to from other games of this type, which would ordinarily let you BS your way through encounters like what I just had there. Is the vaulting very good? Yes, but it doesn't solve everything. He doesn't take fall damage though, which is a magic trick in and of itself. Because as you saw there, I just chucked myself miles downward and had no harm come to me. Like, I do feel like this game could do with a means for you to get a bit more defense, and maybe there is something you unlock at some point that makes you a little bit tougher. But that's also not really the kind of game this is meant to be, as far as I can tell. This is one of those parkour rooms, as you might imagine. This is where some of the issues I have with the wall running start to rear their ugly head. Because it's worth noting, I pressed the wall run button there after leaving that wall on the right there. Didn't take, so I fell. As to why, I still haven't figured that out yet. Every now and then, the wall run just janks out for me. Like right there, it also didn't take. And I don't know why. Like, I don't know if I'm making a mistake, or if there's a delay on it, or what the issue is. All I know is every now and then, I end up in a really awkward position. Like that. Because I dashed first, expecting to be able to wall run immediately afterward. And that's another situation where it just sometimes doesn't do that. Why didn't my bola take me back to before the Huns invaded? That would have made things so much easier. Well, you can't always get what you want. Just be thankful we're at least back to when we got here, instead of some other random point in time. Hey, you're finally up. Again. I was worried. You slept like a log for 3 days straight. Sorry I worried you. If only I'd managed to defeat their king 3 days earlier. What? You should have never attacked them by surprise, you young fool. You should have waited for your father's orders. He's still your king, you know. I hope I'll never have to save your life again. I'll be more careful. Probably. Like, that run was just... I fucked up a parkour room, so I died a miserable death. But it was a perfect example of what I'm talking about with how the wall running can be a little finicky. Like, it looks like it works very well when you're watching it in motion, but every now and then, especially from like a cold start, I have found that every now and then the wall run just doesn't take. And I have no idea why. The good news is we can now go to the Hun camp. And I can show you guys that area straight away. is there's something attached to that that I want you all to see. I recognize this place. I'll be more careful this time. It's also interesting how the Hun camp is so close to the oasis, huh? It's a little weird. New enemy type immediately, spearmen. They are super dangerous. As you might guess, they have a lot of reach. They also can attack upward, unlike their axe-wielding brethren. Which makes them very dangerous to me with my high-flying antics. They're also pretty durable, but everything's kind of durable to the prince when he first comes out here because his starting daggers aren't very good. Like, the attack set on the daggers is fine, and the daggers themselves are all well and good. Just level 1 daggers are a little sad. But you'll notice all of our medallions are gone. Those are on a per run basis. Ignore the fact that it was showing sticky kick there. It glitches out. It's not actually there. It's worth noting, this game is very much early access. For all that it seems perfectly smooth and all of that, seeing me playing it, other than the wall running issue, this game is like, as you see down there on the bottom left, 0.1 as far as versions go. So I definitely anticipate they're going to do a lot of cleaning up and a lot of content patching and fixing before it fully comes out. It is available for purchase, obviously. It's in Steam's early access program, and if people are interested in trying it. And I'm inclined to say it's worth trying. I do hope that it's just me as far as the wall jumping issue goes. I have a sneaking suspicion it isn't just me, but I'm hoping it is, because I want this game to be successful. Because I do really enjoy the idea of what this is. I'm just struggle bussing at the moment because I gotta fully come to grips with how it moves. As y'all know, I'm pretty good at platforming. But now and then, you throw a different method of doing it at me, and it can take me a minute to get there. It's like, I can't really say I've experienced too many games that let you run on the background. At least didn't have it be a significant mechanic of the game that they expect you to use basically all the time. Okay, sticky dive instead of sticky kick. I'm gonna put it over here this time. Part of the problem is you have to kind of account for where things are going to end up being able to upgrade, and it can be problematic. Mission order from the Rude. Let's see what it says. I caught him myself, you incompetent morons. He was hiding in the academy. I will block off the path to the outer ramparts so we can capture the prince. What's this all about? I'd better go look in the academy. Now we have access to the academy. Now, this is the thing I wanted to show off, and I knew I could access it by coming over here and having that prompt come up. The mind map. The mind map contains all important information you've gathered and is useful for defeating the Huns. Some of the information may be interlinked. Like right now, we have the topic point of Beirut that we fought before, and we know that Beirut guards the outer ramparts. Now we know that Beirut captured somebody. Specifically, they found them in the academy. We don't know anything else yet, but it's neat that this game has that whole info web. Now, I'm assuming that the Hun camp, considering what it is meant to be a harder starting location than the village is. If you're wondering why I wasn't attacking there, I ended up climbing up this ledge when I tried to attack, and it just wouldn't let me attack again immediately. So I got kind of screw jobbed on that one. Do I want to commit to the Tabar? Tabar. Yeah. This run's already falling apart. We may as well commit to the bit. Okay, I thought I missed that dive completely. Aw, I wanted to see if I could kick him into his own arrow. Because that would just be a very impressive magic trick right there. Speaking of this already going wrong enough, there we go. Every vault you perform spreads resin, and shield breaking spreads resin. Okay, I guess that's a thing we're gonna be doing now, huh? And I regret putting Sticky Dive there immediately. This is gonna make getting multiple levels on anything harder, but none of these have multiple levels either, so I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? We'll go ahead and put this here. And put this over here. We'll probably be replacing them. Which also means that me spending that health there probably was pointless. Almost fucked that one up. Every now and then, I don't notice the fact that the background doesn't have a wall for me to use as well, which that's my own fault when I miss that. But now and then, I feel like they could do better about making that clear to the player as well. It's like a lot of the colors in this area blend together a little bit. You'll come across equipment chests during your attempts. These contain new equipment which once found can be crafted at the Oasis. We now have a blueprint for a new medallion, which we get to try. And you'll notice it says on here, ephemeral medallion. That's because you can't get this anywhere other than equipment chests right now. Until you unlock it, it will not show up normally. You have to do these challenges to get it. Until then. But 30 energy for every vault we do isn't bad. It would be a lot better if I actually use vaulting and use my energy more. But this is the more important part. 100 more max health. And okay. I just got unlucky when I did this before, because this is a mechanic I didn't get until like 4 runs in, because I just never saw any of these. But these are spirit glimmers. They'll matter later. Not much later, but it didn't explain it yet, so I guess I'll wait to explain that. And you know what, fuck it, I'll just explain right now. That's your meta currency. That's why I'm happy to see that, because meta currency is good to have. I would love to have this one. And I think it's immediately replacing Toxic Vault. Because at least we can get it up to the restore 10 hit points stage, I think. No, I can't. Wait, why can't I? This one upgrades the one to its right. Or is it just not showing it because I'm replacing one? This is supposed to be upgraded by one. Why is it not upgraded? Suspicious. I'm probably misunderstanding something. As you can see, the tab bar, despite being a little bit slow, really rips through things. Especially if you use the charge swing. Which isn't really that hard to pull off, so I really should be using it more. The only problem with it is you're stuck in place when you try to use it. So situations like fighting spearmen, it's a bad idea to use. I really gotta stop doing stupid things for demonstration purposes. This game's difficult enough. I really don't need to make it harder by making bad decisions to explain things. As to which ones were me demonstrating something and which ones were me making actual mistakes, that's for y'all to figure out. I'm not gonna tell. That's one of the mysteries of the universe. The actual answer is even I'm not 100% sure. Why is that not? Yeah, so now it's saying... Oh! It's because it needs 2 upgrades in order to be able to do that. It starts from 0, not from 1. That's why that doesn't line up. Okay. For some reason, I was thinking all medallions start at level 1 and then go to 2 and 3. Because they start from their first ability. Okay. We can go ahead and get rid of Sticky Vault. Is what this'll do now. I guess that wasn't far enough? It was supposed to make a cloud of poison. Or does it... Did I put it in the wrong spot? Yeah, it needs a upgrade. I'm just fucking these up left and right. Don't listen to me, folks. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so the Ruined Aqueduct is accessible from here. Huh. I didn't know that. I thought this only led to the academy. Or is it because I got here on the run where I found the academy? Because I died in here last time. I found the academy and then I died to the spearmen because I did something stupid. Let me just check to see if there's an alternate path in here somewhere. That's potentially an alternate path down between these. I went in the doorway over there. Yep, so that's where this chest was. What down in here? Well, there's money. Money's good. But no alternate path, so I guess maybe I do need to complete this run for good or ill, and then I gain access to the academy then, question mark? Like, I'm gonna end up accidentally spoiling 1 or 2 things that I know from the handful of tests I did, mostly out of confusion. Huh. Yeah, because that's the path we already took. And there's no obvious alternate paths anywhere. So I guess we'll just go to the Ruined Aqueduct. And go to our likely death. Especially after I bumped some spikes again. And like a silly person. On the bright side, we do get our healing charge back and we get healed almost all the way back full, so we should be fine for getting through here. Okay, see, this is what I was expecting to have happen. Which I didn't have happen till later. So I guess maybe it's set to happen in the aqueduct after a certain point, and I did multiple runs running through the Hun camp? Maybe. What a strange glimmer. It seems to be connected to the Huns. Also, I don't seem to have credit for the glimmer I picked up either listed up there, but maybe it'll be credited later. You can spend spirit glimmers at the Oasis to unlock new items and you can use in future attempts. When going through levels, you can obtain spirit glimmers either in the form of collectibles or when they're dropped by defeated enemies. And then you turn them in at these bonfire things here in order to get to keep them. What it doesn't tell you is if you die while you're carrying them, and you haven't turned them into any of those, they disappear. It's unfortunate. I learned that the hard way. But as you can see, they drop a decent amount of them, as long as you're reasonably lucky, because they don't always drop. But it seems like they do always drop 2 of them if they drop any. Or, you know, never mind, make an immediate liar out of me with that one game. Okay. It was doing it so consistently that I thought it always did it. And then, immediately after I said it, I started only getting 1s again. Off you go. But yeah, getting these spirit glimmers gives you more reason to want to fight the enemies on the go consistently, just so you will hopefully get more spirit glimmers. Every now and then there's just these spots where just a little bit of jank happens. Like I got caught between the post and the floor, I think, there, so I couldn't attack. Which, you know, hindsight, I should have moved out of the way of that spot, but you also wouldn't expect that to be an issue in the first place. Like, it's little things like that that I keep getting caught on that definitely hurts my overall play experience with this so far and makes it significantly harder than it probably needs to be. Okay, there's a lever hidden up here, which opens this. Okay, which leads to another lever, which leads to that lever up there. Like, these parts are fun, the little puzzly parts. I did not indicate for him to backflip himself into the spikes there, by the way. That is not the input I did in the slightest. Go ahead and touch that, and then we'll go down this hole over here, which should lead to loot. But I wanted to touch that, so I had a way to go back. Oh, okay, it leads to the sharpener again. Sure, I'll hit once. I'm trying to save my money for the shops, because the shops, I think, will help me more than just making my weapon slightly stronger. Or the boss door's right over there. Money ain't gonna help me if I'm dead. Let's just go all in if it's gonna be boss right over there, then. Oh, it's not the boss, it's the spend health thing. Well, I'm not doing that now that I spent all my money either, especially since I'm not in great shape for health. You might think full health is great, but full health without a healing charge to my current level of play is spooky, especially when you get screwed climbing up a ledge like that. I don't even know what they would have expected me to do in that situation to get out of that. Aside from just not be there when he swung at it, but... maybe I could have jumped off that corner and gone back? I'm not sure if I could have done that. I'm genuinely not sure if I can mechanically jump off of those edges or not. I don't think I've tried because I didn't think of that till now because I'm used to being able to act immediately in situations like that. But instead in this, there's just that minuscule delay that's good enough to get you killed. Because it really doesn't take much. When an enemy's killed, get money. Okay. Well, that'll be good for getting us that level there. It's unfortunate to lose Sticky Shield Breaker, but I need the healing kills at the rate I'm playing. But it's not gonna matter because we're going into the boss fight. We will have most of our health and a healing charge at least. So if I can just not fuck up this first half, I think we'll be okay. You! Yes, yes, I know. I fell right into your trap. What? You're not supposed to be bored of falling in my trap. That's not how that works. Yeah, the problem is, this is kind of a patience fight with the way it's designed, I think. Because you're probably supposed to be waiting for your opportunities to, like, kick rocks into them and such, rather than aggressively attacking, like I've been doing. Because aggressively attacking is what's definitely been getting me hit. But while the shield's down, it just makes nothing but sense to go in on the attack where I can. Okay, that does work. I broke my other boulder doing it, but I learned a thing. There goes the wall. Ah. I got baited on that one. No. Oh, they jumped over the boulder. Got it. I pushed my luck there, but I wanted to not back off and make a mistake. Who did you capture? I remember. His screams echoing through the academy. I should be able to find some answers over there. Ah, and that's how I get that. Okay. Ooh. It's a replacement for the chakram. I'll give it a go. Why not? Definitely grab all the money. Keep the tab orb because it led to success. Okay. This one buffs this spot. Yes, this would be ideal. We no longer have any resin, but we get a lot of healing, and boy am I gonna need a lot of healing considering I'm scraping away on next to no health. Oh, I didn't get the hatch, but it's fine. We went the interesting way. If that route at the top is the entire game, that probably explains why this is so difficult. The Huns are using their shaman magic at our sacred monument. They'll stop at nothing. Not even the dead are safe. This is a thing. Ara Mazda, who fights evil. I want to be king, that's what I'll have to live up to. Stabbing creatures in the chest. Got it, boss. There we go. Get my health back. And yep, these are what we heal off of. Perfect. Okay. Now, I've never been here before, so this is gonna be interesting. Yeah, if this is only like a 5 or... not 5 or 6. I think it was like 8, looked like at the top there. Stage game, that explains why this is so difficult right out the gate. Is they don't want you pushing straight through the first couple times. Does mean it's a relatively short game, but this was, I think, like 17 I paid for this with the launch price. It would probably be ordinarily like 20 without the launch price, something like that. Okay, this looped back to where we were looking at before, which drops us down here into a wonderfully red lit spike tunnel. You know, I'm not sure I wanted to drop down here, but, well, here we are. I feel like everything about being down here was a bad idea. But it's probably our only choice. Oh yeah, meet the shaman. They're like archers, except they can aim, and it's a problem. Okay, so that's what the gauntlet does for me. Good to know. It's a little bit on the slow side, but it is potent. Which will be perfect for how infrequently I end up using those. Though... Oh, does it only have 1 charge because how that meter looks? Maybe. Oh, I think I figured something out. I think I might have just been being stupid as far as how the wall running worked. I might have just figured out the fact that you have to do the wall run as you're going up on a jump. The second you start falling, I think the wall run stops working. Which makes perfect logical sense, and that's why I'm kind of just mad at myself for not realizing that sooner. Hindsight is 20/20. Take a drink. Anyway. No amount of being annoyed with myself is going to defeat the Huns, so let's get on with that, shall we? Like, I appreciate the fact you have alternate means of getting around areas because of how mobile the prince is. Just now and then I come to realizations like that that make me unhappy. I also need to remember that I can interrupt the axe swings with kicks a lot more than I think I can, which opens me up other options when I'm fighting things like spearmen. Sure, why not? Worth it. Really wasn't, but you know what? At least I got something. I also couldn't dash out of that vault. I'm assuming I was meant to wall run in that situation, or just don't vault that way in the first place in order to avoid that situation. It may also be that sometimes you just have unavoidable situations in this game. I don't know. I don't know how they rule such things yet. I have insufficient experience with this game to know exactly how they intend to handle certain situations. It looks like there's not much else up here other than maybe this little section over here. Well, well, well. Thank you for the raid, Char. How was the collab? Welcome in Valo Studios. Hey there, Casey. How's everybody doing? How was the stream, Char? How was everything? Welcome to me getting bodied in the Rogue Prince of Persia. Hopefully you are all doing well. Don't magic me. Do not want. Get over there. Gimme. Need all the spirit glimmers I can get, because I'm gonna need to unlock a lot of things in order to help me. Flooded garden, huh? Do I want to go that way? I don't think I want to leave yet. Understandable. You go make sure to get yourself something to eat. Yeah, I don't need to go to that other thing. Because as always, if anybody needs to go do anything, it's not like I'm going anywhere. So take your time, do what you gotta do. Okay, I'm gonna need that health, just not right this second. As proven, now I need the health. I'm not actually doing a collab today. The collab ended up getting pushed to next week, which is why I'm playing this today. Because multiple people aren't feeling well and we're having some issues with the server, so it just got ruled as, like, you know what, let's just delay till next week, it'll be fine. Honestly, it's not exactly the worst thing to have happened for me, because now I was able to fit this into my schedule, and it, you know, gives me a day to take kind of a brain day off a little bit. So it's one of those, I wish people were feeling better, but this also could have ended up a lot worse for me overall out of it. Send our spirit glimmers off so I don't lose them. Okay, so I'm glad I went this way, because we would have missed out on dropping off those glimmers before going to the next area and probably dying. Absolutely. I had already checked on all of them to make sure they're at least okay. Which currently they are. They're just, you know, not having the best time. I could see why you would say that. It's got a little bit of that kind of visual feel to it in some ways. The most beautiful gardens in the country, the fruit of all of our citizens' contributions. Such a nice looking place. I'm sure I'm gonna die here. Having the buttons on screen might also be part of where the mobile game feel comes in. Is that for a bit was a telling sign of something being a mobile game, was that the buttons were on screen. There we go. You know what? You go in the pit. Yeah. This is a good game, but it is still very much early access. That's gonna try to eat me if I use that as a rope. Yep. Glad I paid attention, because this one's gonna do it too. Uh-huh. You can see the drool on the tongue giving it away. Okay. So that could actually be kind of useful, though, as long as I use it correctly. Nope, off that platform with you. Okay, so this whole tower was just for that. This one kind of came up as a bit of a surprise. I wouldn't have realized that this was happening if I didn't look in Steam's upcoming like a couple weeks ago. I happened to spot this and I'm like, this is two things I like. I'm going to play this when it comes out. And then it came out like 2 or 3 days ago? 3 days, because it was the 27th, I think. Because as I was talking about at the beginning of this, I enjoyed most of the Prince of Persia games that have ever come out. Except the new one that I still haven't had a chance to try. Do I want Shield Breaker in this situation? I do not. It's kind of wild how you don't hear anything about anything Prince of Persia related for a while, and then within a few months, 2 different games come out. From 2 different companies. It's very weird how that whole thing plays out. Oh, those drop now. Okay, good. Oh, nope, 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 nope. Just gonna hold that thought for a second. Okay, I need to wall run up there as soon as I get up there. Like this. I needed a chance to assess the situation before I did something there. Sure, go ahead and make my tab bar level 10, why not? Boot. I definitely pressed the dash button, but it's okay. Oh, why is that guy made out of goo? Don't like it. No, sir, I don't like it. Stop it. Stop being made out of goo. Okay, who's making these? They're coming from down here. Somebody's making these. You. Stop it. Stop what you do. Well, that was just unfortunate upon unfortunate. Oh god, he wasn't the only one doing it. You. Make friends a different way. Go talk to people and regret life like the rest of us. My god, it sucks in here. Bam! Less of all of you, please. Oh, god. And I'm dead. I went to go over him, and I should have known that was a mistake. Well, that went longer than any of the runs so far, so I'll take that as a victory at least. Failed again. And now we're back to before anything happened. On the bright side, we can now craft things. You can spend spirit glimmers to have Sukra craft new weapons and tools. Unlocked equipment can be found and equipped during later attempts. So this stuff will show up in runs if I spend the points on them. The gauntlets were quite nice. But I'm intrigued by the grappling hook. It won't let me swing around, but it'll let me pull enemies to me, which might work out. Hey, you're awake? Sukra, look what I found. What? How did you... The Huns make these glimmers. Maybe it's the source of their power? Interesting. Maybe we could use them to forge weapons. Come on, you're the best smith I know. Smartest and most skillful, too. Alright. Save your praise for later and give me that thing. I have a few ideas already. Yeah, you were supposed to talk to him and unlock the mechanic, but I got excited and immediately started spending. Okay, so that went decently well. We actually managed to make it through past a boss fight for a change. And we got confirmation about the fact that the one that was captured is at the academy, which we now have unlocked. So we're gonna go back to the Hun camp again, because that's what leads to the academy as far as I've seen. And we'll see if we can go rescue whoever this is that got captured. Or, you know, probably die trying. It's just as well that they don't grab my exceptionally long sash at any time when I'm jumping over these people. It would really be unfortunate if they did that. Did that all in the wrong order. Off you go. Meant to get back past him and break the shield, and I'm making a real mess of it this time. Off you go. Okay, there's nothing up here. I have endless appreciation for the fact that we can just push enemies off of ledges and not deal with them any further. Sticky dive. Put that over here so I don't put it in an awkward position this time. If people have questions, feel free to ask. I will answer as much as I do know already, which is only knowledge from a 3-hour test before this and then the hour and a half we've been playing here now. So I cannot guarantee I know what I'm talking about, but I will answer what I can. Really, I'm getting these again, huh? Okay. This probably wasn't worth spending the health on, but here we are. Just put them in a line for now. I'm probably going to be replacing these as soon as I get other things anyway. Now I throw more resin around to slow my enemies at least. It's the way back down. I'm starting to wonder if these are even randomized at all. These stages might not actually change much. Or maybe it's only the other stages that change and this one's more set. Not 100% on that one. I could have swore I had seen a different hunt and camp layout. Okay. Almost screwed that up because I thought I needed to jump and then he had already grabbed it by the time I told him to jump. That jump always screws me up. Because I keep thinking I'll make that with the dash and then I don't. Game? What happened there? Why did that arbitrarily kill me? It doesn't matter. Whirling spear. That damage rate is... Ooh. But it does extra damage if you catch them with the very end of the spear. Okay. That makes sense. I mean... We've only got a level 1 dagger right now. We'll give it a try. I don't know about that one. Yeah, see, now I can fall freely as far as I want. Why was it a problem to fall farther before? I don't understand. Game, explain. Why did you just... drop? Whatever. I'm making weird mistakes and he's doing weird things. It's not a good combination, all things considered. Game, please. I want to get up on that ledge. There we go. We'll just bypass that little pole there entirely. I don't think I like this spear. Spear is a little weird. Oh, and I'm too poor to get a different weapon right now. And I need the health, so... That's how that's gonna be. Same mission node as before. There's bloody spoils again, which we definitely want. Because that'll get rid of our whole I'm poor problem. Mostly. Now, I might potentially switch to other things, as I said in the social media posts. I'm not 100% committed to playing this the entire stream today, and I'm not sure how long I'm gonna go in general today either. That's kind of a gonna play it by ear situation on both counts. Because I did get a key for something from Lurkit that I need to cover at some point. I was initially considering it for Monday, and then today's timing opened up. So we'll see how that all plays out, and how long I can keep playing this specifically before either brain death starts settling in or frustration starts happening. Well, I'll take the upgraded bow until I find something to replace the bow with entirely. It's one of those things. Go. Hop my way up there, hop over here, and then here. Where am I going? I don't know where I'm going, but I'm gonna keep going until I get somewhere. Okay, the air attack on the spear is actually pretty good, so maybe that's the idea, is you just spam the air attack and try not to use the kind of awful ground attack it has. That might be a thing. Like, every now and then I start moving like I look that makes me look like I know what I'm doing. I want you all to rest assured, no, I do not in fact know what I'm doing. I feel like that's proven by what happens immediately afterwards on a regular basis. But I just need to make sure that that's clear, that I do not in fact have any idea what I'm doing still. I'm just making it up as I go along and hoping for the best. The animations just make it look competent. Okay, I can see an easy way to keep them at the correct range on the spear, at least, is you just hit them with the spear, you kick them, you hit them with the spear again, and you just keep kicking them to keep them at spear tip range to make sure you get max damage. There's the academy. I could check for anything else up on the other path, but I'm betting it's just gonna lead to the aqueduct up there. But just in case, I should check anyway. As soon as it lets me select that spot. His worst case, we'll get a teleport to go back over to the academy door anyway. As long as I don't die a stupid death on the way. Moments where I really should knock on wood, but I'm not going to because my hands are busy. I mean, already somewhat worth it. I got a couple more glimmers and some money. Yep, ruined aqueduct immediately. I hate being right. Anyway, we need to go to the academy, so we're going to the academy. As much as I'm probably going to regret that. Down the hole. As the prince slowly runs through the void. Will he make it? No one will know. There we go. Down, please. Aesthetically, I like this area, but you'll learn why I say specifically aesthetically. I smell something burning. Oh no. Father will be furious. I feel like we've got bigger problems to worry about than the king being upset that the library may or may not be burning. Like the fact that the library may or may not be burning right now. I feel like that might be a problem we would want to solve. So about that may or may not be burning. I think it might, in fact, be burning. Crazy concept, I know. Seeing proof that it is in fact on fire. But, definitely somewhat on fire in here. It's almost as warm as it is outside. Now, the question becomes, which way do I need to go? Because this area's layout's a little weird. I've been in here once, and I died in here, as I have in every area. Yeah, see all these spinning blades? Well, somebody died. Well, that's one of the things that are a problem around here. There's spinning blades in a lot of places. They're good, just free loot. The music in this game is also way better than I expected it to be. I definitely need Vampiric Demise. We learned last time that that's definitely good to have. Sleight of Poison will be very good because it'll let me keep the Bloody Spoils upgrade. Or get rid of Sticky Dive. No, I end up using Sticky Dive more than Sticky Vault ends up working out, and this way I can max out the healing. Which, for those that didn't catch it, what Sleight of Poison does is, if I hit an enemy from behind, I inflict bonus damage, and thanks to the one upgrade it has, it'll also give me more energy for a secondary. Which is right now just a bow, but, you know. It'll do. Guess who forgot there were spinning blades down there immediately? These guys are the real problem. They explode. If you let them sit there for a second or two, they will just explode and you will be upset. And that's coming from somebody who likes explosions. Gotta say, 0 out of 10, don't recommend letting the enemy explode on you. In any context, really. No matter which way you want to look at that phrase, it's not a good idea. You know, I'm gonna go out on a limb and think something bad happened here, judging from the blood on the floor, the broken chairs, the door that was bashed in. Wait, am I crazy for thinking that that door doesn't fit in the doorway right here? But it doesn't fit any of these doorways either? Where did this door come from? It's too tall for here, but it's too short for here. Where are you? Where did you come from, weird door? Whose door are you? But it's got a doorknob on it. What? Suspicious. Signs of a struggle. And some bloodstained clothing. I've seen this cloth before somewhere. Signs! Now we know who was captured. Ta-da! My little brother San, the family scholar, has been captured by the Huns. I wonder why he didn't leave with the other inhabitants during the evacuation. He was probably trying to figure out their shaman magic or something. And now we know the rest of that bit of information. Now we just gotta figure out where they went. The mystery is afoot. I'm as interested in the mystery of the weirdly shaped door as I am in figuring out where that scholar was taken. Because I feel like we're not actually gonna learn much from that scholar. Oh, who knows? Maybe we will. There we go. I'm starting to get used to the spear, so it's kind of working. Mostly only kind of. Ooh, healing off of gold spent. Yes, please. don't have resin anymore, but you know what? That's okay. And as much as I'm starting to adapt to the spear, sword, please. We'll figure out the spear in the future. Right now, I think I need all the help I can get. What's in this door? This place has a lot of doors. Ooh, good. A place to get rid of my spirit glimmer so I don't lose them. There we go. I also don't know what all the writing on these walls is, but it's kind of spooky. Right? It's weird. Maybe the architect just did a bad job with it picking that door. So it was always a little weird and just nobody talked about it. It's like, you know what? It was designed by my second cousin. Really, he didn't know what he was doing, but, you know, we gotta let it go. One could say that, Char, yes. Yes, sure. Starting to like the poison. The poison is helpful. Ah, there we go, a shop. A shop where I can gain health back. We actually gain quite a lot of health when we do that. Okay. Because it was health per gold spent, so I never need to buy healing items again, because buying anything counts as buying a healing item. That's actually really powerful. Okay, let's take this elevator up. Now you might think, well, why are you using the elevator when it was leading right there? Because for some reason using the elevator unlocks the door. Why? I don't know. This is why I'm inclined to think whoever the architect of this library was a little weird. Like, it's a neat idea to have an elevator set that locks your doors. Hehe. I don't know why that amused me so much to randomly pull them across and then throw them back. Honestly, I really enjoy the genre. I don't think I've finished more than like 1 or 2 of any of them ever. Because I find myself messing around too much to beat any of them most of the time. Because all of the interesting weapons, for the most part, in them are never the good weapons that win those games. They're always the ones that get you killed. But the roulette wheel idea you had going there is a really good idea. I do highly recommend you keep running with that idea. I think you've got a really good thing going with that. And you might be able to adapt it to other genres as well. So you can keep that ball moving. Okay. It is just that simple. I got a little nervous because I was half expecting that wheel to move when I moved to go across it. Because there was just enough space for it to move up and down. Oh, those windows are placed specifically to fuck with you when you try to jump across there. You can tell when you feel it that that's exactly what that's there for. So it also depends on... It depends on what you like about roguelikes as well, because there may be ways to get the same enjoyment you get out of them in more readily consumable forms. If you're worried about things you can actually finish. This is also a matter of whether you think the difficulty will be the reason why you don't finish it, or if it's just a matter of too many things and too long to finish them. Certainly a possibility. Skill issue is the answer to a lot of things. Let's go ahead and take the elevator. I was double checking to make sure I didn't miss anything on any of those other paths. It's a good thing our sash isn't getting caught in the gears as we fly down like that. That would have been awkward if I just got sucked into the inner workings of the elevator. It's like, there's definitely some games where I'm like, yep, nope, I am just not good enough to beat this. Quite a few roguelikes have been exactly that. Okay, so this just leads back to the outer ramparts. Right, because we had that note saying they had sealed the academy to try to trap us. Right. And the boss of the outer ramparts is the one that sealed the door. So it makes sense that it would lead back to them anyway. Okay, yeah, if it's the randomized exploration that's getting you, then you kind of have to stay in that genre. Beat 'em ups are a good genre in general, but it's hard to find as many good ones these days without kind of going backwards a bit. That said, it has had a decent resurgence in the past couple of years. There's just not enough of them out, in my opinion, yet. But I also really like the genre, so of course I'm unhappy that there isn't a ton of them. How dare you lay your hands on my brother? Aw, the little prince is upset. Mocking me? Well, this fight is about to get interesting. Miss me. Enjoy rock. Missed me. Try again. Oh no. Missed again. Here, have a rock. I beat you once. I'm not scared of you anymore. That's not saying I shouldn't still be scared of you, but, you know, I'm not anymore. I forgot about the waves off of that one. Thankfully, we do have the poison to help us out this time. You sure showed that floor with your forehead, didn't you? Oh no, so mad. Okay, got greedy on that one. That one's my own fault. Ah. Oh, interesting, I can grapple that. Okay. I was trying to grappling hook the boss, not the rock. I might actually screw this up because I started screwing around too much. I can't believe I avoided that. It doesn't help that I don't have a damaging sub-weapon for this fight. Otherwise, I could play this a lot safer. And there we go. We got through that arguably cleaner than the first time we did it. You will never free your brother. Where is he? Rotting Persian corpses are keeping him company. That can only be in the Tower of Oblivion. The place we died in already. Okay. Very good. Well, we got a better grappling hook, so hooray for that. As it, the old one bounces around wildly. Nope, that's not an upgrade, and we don't need Toxic Shock. Actually, could I get it in a position where it would consistently release the clouds of poison? Yes. Yes, I could. I'd have to give up Sleight of Poison, which means I lose the extra damage from behind. No, I think I'm better off keeping the extra damage when I'm hitting things from behind, because we jump over a lot of enemies in this game, so that's going to be a lot more consistent. We bounce them off walls a lot as well, but I feel like the extra damage is too valuable to give up. Actually, wait, no. We got through here and then we died in the gardens, right? Restorative Dream Fragment could be really nice to have, but we're in that same position of I don't have enough medallion slots to put it in anywhere. And we have other ways to heal already, so we don't need it. Would that be a safer way to heal? Yes. Would it be an as constant way to heal? Debatable. Am I going to be stubborn and keep what I have, both because I have it and because this way I'm not using the same thing I used last time? Yes. Because we didn't actually get to properly use the vampirism before. And the money healing is just too good. Yeah, I had a feeling going for the dive was gonna backfire. But it would have looked so cool if it worked. Sometimes you just gotta go for style points, even though it's a terrible idea. All the way down the hole we go. But yeah, for those interested in beat-em-ups, though, there is a bundle of some very good beat-em-ups in Humble Bundle right now, including a bunch of multiplayer ones, including online multiplayer. Hint, hint at some of the people listening. Hint, hint. Such as the new Double Dragon that I showed off, I think like a month ago now. That was quite good. Both of the River City Girls games were in that bundle, if I remember right. And a couple other very good things were in there that I do not remember off the top of my head. But those were the headliners of that list. Oh, should have done that in the other order. And then you don't... Prince, please. Do what you're supposed to do. I hate these higher corridors with a passion. Ordinarily, climbing like this is something I'm good at, but in this game, because of the way the wall running can be funky at times, and I don't mean the vertical wall running, I mean the background wall running, it can cause such a problem sometimes. Okay, I didn't pick up the bundle yet, but I will be picking that bundle up. It's got, I think, like 8 days left on it, something like that. neurotoxic agent, so that sounds like it'll be useful. Yeah, and like I was telling people before y'all got here, I think, every now and then the wall climb just kind of doesn't work. And I haven't 100% nailed down why. I thought it was because I was doing it too late, but that's not a 100% complete answer either, because there's been times where we were just in that climb there where I was still on my vertical ascent and I did it and it just failed me anyway. Like, I've proven out that there's a weird timer where if you're trying to wall climb in any direction other than directly across, if you dash first, it just fails. And I feel like that shouldn't be the case. Like, that's probably my only major complaint with this game so far, is that one little bit of jank with the wall running. Everything else about this is good, but they might want to look back at how they did those mechanics for that, so it feels a bit smoother. Especially in vertical ascents like that, since they expect you to do them so much. There we go. I moved him to me to make sure I could actually get the kick off on the shielded guy before having to worry about anything. There we go. Look at me actually remembering I have a grappling hook I can use. Whee. Is like, I take some slight issue with the way you can end up with clumps of enemies so you can't kick a shield off of somebody, but that at least makes sense. Like, I completely understand the mechanics at play there and why they work the way they do, so I don't actually have an issue with that, even if it annoys me at times. If I could just at least fully understand why sometimes my wall climbing doesn't wall climb, I'd probably be okay with that too. I just cannot fully wrap my head around why it sometimes doesn't do it. So from a game feel angle, it just feels wrong, and you don't want your mechanics to feel wrong to people, because it can lead to a situation where it feels like the game is disagreeing with itself and you, and neither of which are a good situation. Like, if the player's making a mistake, the player should be able to understand how and why they made that mistake, so they can correct it. But a lack of mechanical clarity can sometimes lead to those frustrating situations where you're like, well, why didn't it work? Why did I take damage there? And all of those wonderful questions we're all so familiar with asking. Which, that's where the double-edged sword of what can sometimes be implied to be one of the hallmarks of this genre is some people in some companies seem to think that a lack of mechanical clarity is a hallmark of a roguelike, which is not true. That's not, well, that's not necessarily inherently true of the genre. The mechanics are clear, but they are not presented directly to you. You are meant to figure them out. And in this case, it may very well be that there's just a misunderstanding on my part somewhere. Big brother? Son, are you hurt? No, it's nothing serious, don't worry. And you? How did you... I'll explain later. We need to get you out of here, first. I can't squeeze through the bars. Believe me, I've tried. And there's nothing I could use to dig or break down walls. Don't worry, my brother. I'll find a way to open the cell. Thank goodness you're here. looks entirely too calm standing there like, yep, this is fine. But it's also funny. I'm sure it's a perspective thing, but with the size his sprite is, you would think he could actually squeeze through those bars on the side facing towards us. Like I said, it's almost certainly just a perspective thing, but it just amuses me. Prison guard's post. There's an old notebook. I got locked in the cell again while I was repairing it. The water stopped flowing. I ran as fast as I could, but the grate came down too fast, and I had to wait 3 hours until Aztec got the water flowing again. I better pay Aztec a visit. That was the one we saw back at the village ruins that decided to stay there despite the village being destroyed. So it's something involving moving this around, but I think we won't understand how that works until we talk to Aztec about it. So that's gonna have to wait for a future run. He's just gonna have to rot in that cell a few more days. Which is fine, he's not gonna notice anything because when we die, we're gonna time loop back anyway. It'll be like we were never there. We'll just suddenly have the knowledge we need to solve that. A5. Grab this just to get our healing charge back. Arguably, I could have ran past here and then come back after I took some damage. That would have been the better play. But in terms of keeping my forward momentum going, it's better just to grab it and go. That's one of those differences between if I was playing it in my off time, I would have considered doing that, versus for stream, I'm going to just push forward. Regardless of whether it's a good idea or not. For sake of keeping the momentum going. And that may not necessarily be the right choice, even for stream purpose, but that's just where my brain goes as far as that is. And I know there's been debate back and forth about that kind of thing. I don't really want either of these that badly, just because I would love Flaming Counter, but I can't put it in the right spot without losing something that's helpful. Because, like, I would replace Sleight of Poison with it, just so we could set areas on fire and get money when we get hit. But I lose too much damage in exchange for that. I really should stop touching those health shrines at this point, I think. But I keep touching them in the hopes that I get a better weapon at this point, is kind of the main thing that I'm fishing for in those. I didn't realize I was sitting on that pillar there. I do feel like they spawn a few too many of those clone enemies. Like, there was 5 clone enemies there, I think. All from one guy. I feel like that's a little unreasonable. They may want to look into capping how they spawn things. But again, this is version, like, 0.1 of this game. So, things are going to change. Most things that I'm getting upset about are probably going to be tweaked. I wouldn't say all of them, because I'm betting some of them, people are just gonna be like, no, he's just complaining, ignore that. I'm sure that's fine. Just keep chopping, just keep chopping. Whee! Stop giving me bows. Ordinarily, I'd be all about them, but in this game, there's so many more interesting options that do similar enough things. Stop it. Give me the fun weapons. God, there's getting to be entirely too much shit here again. This stage in particular seems to really suffer from an enemy clumping issue as well. And getting caught on these pillars especially. Interesting. I just defied gravity for a second there. You die. To stop making friends and influencing people. I have so much money and nothing to spend it on. I really should have bought more things at that shop. Actually, I still can. Because that shop's on this stage, right? Yes. Okay, so the next checkpoint we get to, I'm gonna warp back and spend money on things I'm not gonna use, just so I use that money to heal myself. Is forward momentum be damned at this point. We're gonna die if I don't make sure to keep my health up now. Like, there's just getting to be too many enemies in each individual area for me to just momentum my way through them. God damn it. Positioning getting just janky enough because of those bombs. Well, just as well I said I was gonna heal, huh? Oh boy. Give me that. Give me that. And give me that. Oh, can I not buy that without actually destroying one of my medallions? Never mind. I'll just take the healing I got. Because I'm not losing one of my important medallions just to heal a little bit. And I'm probably going to regret that choice, but, you know. It's my choice to make. It's my life to lose. Ooh, there we go. There's a way to spend money. Thank you for healing me and making my knives better. Bye. I'll be back to see you in a few minutes. Because we have so much gold. Thanks to killing enemies giving me money. Which is a super powerful medallion. Inner ramparts are over there. What was the other door? One by the Miller here. Because I saw it on the map, but I didn't see it when we walked over here because I was too busy thinking about how ridiculous it was that I could heal that way. I needed to wall climb out of that situation. And it just didn't let me jump there, huh? Just gonna eat that jump because, God forbid, a momentum-based game allow you to jump when you land. Like, it's little things like that that are really the biggest problem with this game. And I've complained about this type of thing in other games before, and I think it is yet again the same problem of there's a issue of prioritization of the animation over the gameplay. Where you can't do something until an animation finishes in cases where that shouldn't be the case. Opportunity knocks. When an enemy's killed using the environment, you heal 25, and it goes up to 35 if you upgrade it. That'd be a really good one to have if we didn't have it just on killing in general already. But that'll be a very good one to have in the future. Like, 100% that'll be a fantastic one to have going forward. But we don't need it on this run. That's a future run benefit. That said, it's really good that I have money left to spend right now because, ouch. There we go. Level 14 daggers and fully healed. This is a broken ability, and I'm happy to have it as I frolic through the garden, enjoying my full health. I'm gonna die for that. The game is going to find a way to kill me just for pure spite on that one. Oh, I will say, if that gray section over there is the end of the game, we're almost at the end. Batar the Corrupt. Second boss, I guess. See how this goes. Oh. Okay. There's no point in fighting. Let me through. Well, if you insist, I guess we can fight. He's not much for words. And you know what? I can respect that. Okay, so he releases a bunch of bomb minions. He does death lasers. Okay. He's got a lot of interrupt times, so we get to hit him a lot. And thanks to the back hit damage I have, we get a number on him. Well, that's a bit rude to just pull on you without a warning. Like, I really should have expected something like that, but for some reason, I was just 100% not ready for that to happen. Okay, that does go all the way across the room. I see the gaps. I should just heal for safety there. I will say, he is a lot more fragile than the first boss was, but he definitely has some really mean moves, like this whole situation here, that I still am having trouble keeping ahead of, because the layout of this area is very picky. Like, if you don't know the path, you could easily get newbie trapped by that move. I don't think I agree with that. Okay, that one was my own fault, though. Getting hit by that was 100% my fault. Oh, he's doing a full circle that time, huh? You have to jump over him at the right time for that. Ugh. There's a couple choices in that fight I disagree with. And it's not because I died to them that I disagree with them. I want to make that clear. It's because those attacks are only really going to be dangerous the first once or twice you fight him, and then that fight's going to become a joke. That doesn't make for an engaging fight. That's where the issue with that is. Hey, you're finally up. Sorry, I don't have time, Sukra. You don't have time? Looks like someone got up on the wrong side of the bed. No. It's just that... Don't make so much noise, kid. Someone showed up while you were recovering. What? What are you talking about? Hey, I'm serious. Go see it for yourself. Hey, you. What are you doing here? I've crossed mountains and forests to reach you, leaving my homeland far behind. This is not possible. I've never even seen you, and there's no way you could be here. Now, I mean. Don't worry, Prince. Let me rest a while, and I'll be ready to answer all of your questions. If I leave, will you still be here with all of your memories? Of course, and I will even have a surprise for you. How odd. The only other person who isn't affected by this time loop. On some levels, I feel like you should be really worried about somebody who's not affected by your little closed time loop, especially the fact that they understood what you were talking about without you telling them. Do not just be distracted by the fact that they're sitting there tapping on their little drum. I'll grab the broadsword, because we haven't gotten to play with that yet. I liked the gauntlet. I didn't especially care for the spear, so we'll leave that on the table and save some money for things we find afterwards. I don't think there's going to be any particular benefit. Oh, yep. We also need to go to the village anyway, because we wanted to go trigger that event up here. We need Azadeh to open the cells, theoretically. The head of the village. Okay. And that'll get Sahan out of the cell he's stuck in, which I presume will open up other mechanics for us. Still, we're making some very good headway now. We just had to get past the initial stumbling block. I do kind of wish that this would do what some other or modern roguelites do and give you the thing you purchase as an unlock guaranteed the first time, just so you get to use it. And you could say that they give you that when you open the chest that it's in. But since you first find it and then you purchase it, I feel like making it available both times would not be asking too much. Just in terms of making sure people actually get to try the thing, because you could have a situation where RNG just decides you're not getting the thing you bought. And that can lead to feelings of people feeling like they wasted their meta currency purchasing something that they just don't get to use. That said, I do fully agree with the idea of giving it to you when you find the blueprint as well. Like, I do think that is a good idea that they have there for that. I'm just not sure if I agree that it's a full replacement for the idea of when you purchase it, you get it. At least for one run. That said, I also know that for other upgrades that we don't have yet, that methodology wouldn't work, which might be why they didn't do it at all. And we'll get to that here in a moment when we... Well, actually, no, I'll just explain it. The one we were just talking to is going to give us the ability to unlock more medallions. You probably could put 2 and 2 together on that just fine on your own to begin with, which is why I don't care about just explaining that. Because otherwise, by the time this run ends and we unlock that, I was probably going to forget the point I was trying to make. So, in the interest of just getting that point out there and done, that's the thought there. Is it wouldn't particularly work for unlocking medallions, because if you unlock multiple medallions, you just have a much stronger run right out the gate. Which you could say is a balanceable thing in and of itself anyway, by virtue of the fact that, sure, you purchased those medallions straight away, but you only get them once. So if you blow them, you blow them. And that's true. But I could see why they wouldn't want that being something people do. Because otherwise you'll have people who purposely reset their saves in order to unlock those things again, to then have that run again. And you might say, oh, that doesn't happen. No, there are people that do that in games that give you those things when you unlock them. Basically as a workaround for games not having seeded runs and things like that. My prince. Azadeh, do you know where the guard of the Tower of Oblivion is? Pretty sure he left with the others. Damn, I need him to help me open the cells. Oh, I can help with that too. You just need to open a sluice gate in the aqueduct. Really? It's almost like I could have figured this out with common sense or something. Of course, here, this should do the trick. Oh, thank you so much, Azadeh. We've got a lever. Really? That's what we needed to have that conversation for? Was to get a lever? It's a good thing you're a prince. God damn it. If you're wondering if I ever get tired of kicking those assassins off of their perches, no. No, I never get tired of that. Especially when I can cause a chain reaction like this. It's just too good. Even if he lives through it, it's just very funny anyway. He's just sitting there like, haha, I'm gonna get him. And then his friend comes flying at him and knocks him off his ledge. And in case people are wondering, I fully understand what I'm doing wrong with the actual ground combat, and that's I'm overcommitting. I'm spending too long attacking and not enough time moving out of the way between attacks. Because again, I'm so used to other games where I can just weave a dodge in the middle of my combo and get out of a situation basically for free. That's not how this game works, and it's gonna be a fair while before I adapt that reflex back out and trade it for the correct response for this game. Because you basically just get set in bad habits by games that are more lenient. So when you switch to a game that's a lot less lenient, you get punished for it, and punished for it, and punished for it. And that is not the fault of either game or the player at hand on that one per se. You could argue that it's their fault for not adapting faster, but let's be real. You can't expect immediate adaptation out of people. That's just not how that works. Especially people that play a wide variety of things. You're gonna end up having some of it start merging in your reflex memory. That's just how the body reacts to things. You're gonna start getting mixed signals happening. That is part of why you'll find is, at the very least, this is how it works for me. I can't guarantee this is how this works for everybody that does variety, but you will find that people that do variety, and I've observed this in myself and in some others, but I just can't guarantee that this is like a guaranteed global phenomenon, but you'll find that people start to get some really weird muscle memory depending on the kind of things they play a lot, and then when they play different things, even if it's in the same genre, you'll see that muscle memory cropping up now and then, even if it's something completely unrelated. If it's a similar or stimulus coming in, they will have the same reaction. Like, say you play a wide variety of games with different dodge mechanics, you will have the same reaction, but the game will react to your reaction differently depending on which game it is. That's where the reflex starts to conflict with the actual end result you end up getting. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. It may only make sense in my head. I cannot guarantee that that entire line of logic all follows. Like, I can guarantee the base idea of that sentence is sound. I just don't know if I phrased it well enough to be understandable. But I bring it up because it's an experience I've had a lot. Because I've always been somebody who plays a wild variety, even before I became a variety streamer. Because that's how I became a variety streamer, is that I would do basically anything that came to mind, rather than having set things I like or set things I do. I just do things. It's much like being a jack of all trades and a master of none, and the fact that that can be a blessing and a curse in and of itself as well. Is something I read recently actually hit pretty well as far as that whole thought goes. And it was about somebody who spends a lot of time being a chef and an engineer, for example. He is the best chef among engineers and the best engineer among chefs, in that he is very good in either field compared to people that are in his other field, is they don't do it. That's how you get the advantage from being somebody in a variety of fields. You're never going to be a match for the masters of that field, but that's not the point. Well, I shouldn't say never, I suppose. Because there's a real chance you can end up managing to match them in some aspects. You just wouldn't be able to, like, be perfect at it. Though people are never perfect at anything anyway. Right, that should get the watermill in the Tower of Oblivion to work. There we go. You would think I'd be able to chuck myself down on the sluice gate to get there too, but I guess that would end up killing me. Ignoring the fact that the prince is somehow immune to fall damage. The watermill would probably do me in when I got there. Yeah, these are the kind of things I end up thinking about when I'm just sitting around taking rest breaks and thinking about things, or just reading a wild variety of things in order to just absorb information, because that's just kind of how I do. I like absorbing information. I may never use 90% of that information that I've absorbed, but I have it now. Well, it looks like we're just getting that setup back, huh? Okay. I don't really want to just reuse the setup, but if it's dropping it at my feet, I may as well use it till I get other things. Because you could say, well, you could leave it behind and not pick it up. And yeah, that would be shooting myself in the foot for no reason other than sticking to my guns that I don't feel strongly enough about to stick to. Like that's the kicker to that, is I don't feel so strongly about it that I feel compelled to make my gameplay experience worse just to satisfy that thought. There are games where I'll definitely actively make the game worse for myself because it's a more satisfying way for me to play it at the time. But in the case of a game like this, where I'm already having a hard enough time, I will take what advantages I can get. Which brings me to another whole thing, actually. People who do challenge runs when they first start playing a game kind of confuse me. And it's not that I disagree with them seeking a greater challenge. It's the way that I feel like they're not experiencing the game for the game at that point. They're not experiencing the initial methods of the game if they impose a challenge on themselves before they've even experienced the game's mechanics. It's in their base form. That's the part I disagree with. People can play however they wish to play, by all means. It just confuses me that they wouldn't learn the game first. And maybe that's just me not understanding the mentality they're going at it from, and maybe they did learn it, and we just, it's just not presented that they learned it. You're alive. Where were you? We needed you. I know, Mother, but I was on the front line while your father got everyone out of the city. Even though you weren't here, we managed to hold out. But we didn't reckon with the Hun King and his generals. What happened to our army? It was terrible. The attack was so brutal. It was a miracle we fought them off long enough to find refuge here. We have to find a way to stop that cursed shaman magic. I'll deal with it, Mother. Don't worry. Well, good to know his mother's alive. She's just hanging out down here in the aqueduct, apparently. The king is somewhere, presumably. Possibly dead. We got a spot for flaming counter, so we'll go ahead and grab it for now. I can't quite get into a position where I can actually set the fires without losing something, but it's fine. Let's see. So I will say, despite finding her, I feel like we learned absolutely nothing from that conversation. Other than what we already knew, in that the shaman magic of the Huns is kicking everyone's ass. Like, I guess we learned technically that the prince's mother was on the front line. That's a thing that happened. And that's impressive in and of itself. But not what I would call useful information. Was that bullying to just kick him all the way over to the spikes? Yes. Do I care? No. He's a bomber. He deserved to be bullied. I do not accept them using my favorite thing against me. Yeah, and I suppose the whole thing I was talking about with being confused by but respecting the way people that do challenge runs the first time around and things like that do makes another good point. Just because you disagree with how somebody's playing a game, you shouldn't really fight them about that. Like, even as far as cheating goes, as long as it's not cheating that harms anyone, just leave it alone. Honestly. People get too bent out of shape about how other people do things, and I really don't see the point in it. And that applies to gatekeeping, that applies to, like I was just saying, people getting mad if somebody's making a game easier for themselves. Say it's a single player game, you can't affect anybody else's play experience by cheating. Why should anybody care if you're cheating? Why would anybody give a damn? But some people do. Some people get real bent out of shape just by seeing somebody either modding a game or cheating, like to skip grinding or something. People get real worked up about it. And like, I get it. Like, if you're so attached to a game that seeing it done in a way that may not be the intended way to play it might upset you. But you have to understand that this is the way people want to play it. That's their choice to make. You can't take that choice away from them. No matter how much you complain, all you're going to do is push people out of the community for the game you like. And that doesn't help you or your community. Now, if it's a multiplayer game and people are cheating in something that people are actually competing in, that's an issue. That's where cheating should never be allowed. But that's where the line realistically should be. Like, I don't know, people are weird. And people will always be kind of weird about things, especially things they feel strongly about. And I'm not trying to take away from people that enjoy something enough that they want to defend it, or that they want to say and do things pertaining to it like that. Just, you know, don't push people out. That's the whole thing. Yeah, we had this conversation before. Okay, it's literally back to the same conversation as well. There's not even any funny ha-has anymore in there. Here, I can do that too. I should have went out of my way to push to the other side of Barud there so I could actually slam and do the bonus damage and everything. I'm getting greedy, getting stupid. No. That's right, it hit you in the big toe with a rock. What are you gonna do about it, huh? That's right, you're gonna be sad. Oh no, your big toe. Look, just because I broke your big toe doesn't mean you should take your anger out on the walls there. That's just rude. You don't know how long it took somebody to build that wall. Ow. Okay, you know what? That's fair play. I was being rude too. I should have healed, but I thought I could get out of that for some stupid reason. And I was being too much of a smartass for my own good. So I fully accept getting karma'd on that one. But for some reason, I thought they were going to stop before they got to the wall. And, you know, bad decisions came from there. Oh well. I feel like I deserved that. So I accept it. Hey, you're awake. These trips back in time are going to get tedious. What's the matter, kid? Nothing. Don't worry about it. Right, I have to go stop a Hun King. Already? But just don't mind me. I have something for you, my prince. Quite the setup you have here. You must concentrate. Look at this medallion. This is a Dravia medallion. My people make these when they pray for... So you're behind this magic? These medallions are really useful. They are very powerful, which is why you should learn to use them properly. It's very noble of you to help me like this. I can even make new ones for you for a few spirit glimmers. Will you tell me your name, so that I might thank you properly? My name is Pachi. Thank you very much, Pachi. This will be of great help. And now we have the other meta progression upgrade that I know about. We have the ability to buy new medallions. Arguably more importantly, buying a starting max health increase. It's not much, but 100 health could make or break an early run. And there's some pretty good bonuses in here. Like, arguably I should have bought Immortal straight away. But I feel like, in some ways, my brain always feels like things like that are always a little bit of a cop-out. And there's also a very real chance where, even if it saves you from dying, you may be in a position so bad that you're just gonna die again anyway. So I always have a few mixed feelings about the save you from dying items. But I do want Slicing Kick. Slicing Kick seems incredible, since it just gives your kick damage, basically. Should I have bought Opportunity Knocks? Yes. But I'm trying to not go all in only on things that give me more healing, because I want to have some more attacking options as well. Because attacking options are usually my whole thing. Can't really afford the other ones I would want. But I also can't afford the Bagnox now, which is unfortunate because I want those. I tried those because the funny thing is the first equipment chest I opened gave me those Bagnox in my test file, and I really enjoyed using them even if they were a little jank. Okay, so these are counted as upgrades, even though they're just healing and currents. Weird. I don't entirely know what to think with that. I guess we may as well grab something we can afford. I don't really have enough things that set people on fire for me to feel compelled by Pyromaniac right now. But I have a lot of trouble triggering the poison one already as far as hitting enemies from afar goes. That would require me using the bow probably to actually properly trigger those. And as far as this one goes, I feel like since we already have the poison one, having one that spreads resin's just a downgrade, arguably. Didn't we see this one literally in a run already? Not out of an equipment chest? So that's a little weird. I guess I'll just save my money. Wild concept, I know, actually saving my money. Oh, I just realized something, though. Since we went back in time, is that lever still gonna be there, or do I have to go get it again? And use it again? Do I have to actually do all of those in sequence without dying? Presumably, yes. We can easily figure that out because we can just go check with Azadeh and see if we have to have the lever conversation again. Oh, there's the broadsword, so we can give that a go. Okay, it's a little slower, but a little faster than the Tabar. Like, it's a little slower than the Royal Sword is what the missing part of that sentence was. Knocking enemies into the air might be interesting. Considering we have those situations where there are, like, spikes on the ceilings and such, we might be able to knock an enemy up to the ceiling and get them spiked that way. As in case the sword doesn't kill them. Something else I need to point out, I don't know about anybody else, but now and then, it feels like this game's actually a little too bright, especially when I'm looking at all of the yellow of the sand in the background here. Every now and then, it actually hurts the eyes a little bit with how bright it is. But I don't know if that's just me, and my eyes being just very adapted to dark all the time. Or possibly even just eye strain from spending too much time looking at screens, which, you know, it's definitely a factor. That could definitely be a thing. Azadeh, I need the lever to activate the sluice gate in the aqueduct, and fast. But Sign is locked up in the Tower of Oblivion. Oh, but here's a lever, my prince. Thank you very much, Azadeh. I think there's just a lot of confusion. Like, how do you know I have this? How do you know what this is? How do you know why? I'm used to my prince being stupid. Why does Prince know things now? Time loops are weird. Like, I'm always amused by the way... Self-aware is not the right word for it, but the character that's aware of the time loop and the steady frustration they start having with having to deal with the same things over and over again, I relate to that on such a deep level, just dealing with people in life normally, that I think it just is extra amusing to me. Because there are just so many situations where, even without a time loop, you end up dealing with the exact same thing again, over and over again. So just watching somebody get sick of that in such a weird way still manages to resonate just so hard. Because, you know, people will always be subject to patterns in a lot of cases. So once you start getting used to so many patterns, you start seeing it every goddamn where. And some of that is your brain seeking patterns where there may not be patterns as well. That is definitely one option to how that all plays out. And that's something to definitely be aware of in that situation as well. Like, there's always you gotta make sure that what you're seeing is what's actually there and not an adjustment made by your brain trying to understand what it's looking at. And the phrasing on that was just a jumbled mess, but, you know, hopefully that made enough sense to get the point across. As to why that thought got there, that's just tangentially connected enough to what I was talking about that if you followed the line of logic, you'd understand it and how I got there. If you didn't, well, good news, your brain works more normally than mine does. And I don't know what else to tell you than that. I connect threads where there are no threads because the threads are there in my brain and I can't guarantee anybody else will see the threads. And that would definitely not be something I would say I'm ever going to apologize for per se. I'll apologize for the fact that people aren't going to understand it, and that's about the extent of that one. Because I will be how I am no matter what's happening. Okay, that plan didn't work. And of course I didn't make the jump that time. Of course I didn't. There we go. The one time I made that cleanly up there the first time, I was fucking around with it, trying to experiment. And I got punished for it immediately. There we go. I think I understand how better to use the wall climb to deal with that area now. Because you can wall climb a lot harsher vertically than I have been. And I feel like that's the mistake I was making. Okay, now we got a proper spear that I can throw. Ooh. I am enjoying the... Brain, come on. I'm enjoying the broadsword, but the spear has potential. I'm just checking something while I'm letting my brain wheel around to itself. So I figure while I'm in stall mode is a good time to check that. Okay, I'm not super jazzed about the attack rate there. Oh, I have to wait for the spear to come back too. Okay. It is neat that he'll actually punch while it's going. I wonder how effective the punching is. And it is a higher DPS weapon, but I think I'll hold off on that for now and keep the broadsword for the moment. Still confuses me how such a short fall can kill them. Off to the aqueduct to pull the lever once again. And for those wondering, I am still trying to decide whether I want to do only this today or if I add on something. And I'm still kind of leaning towards just focusing on this today, since we're starting to make more progress than I thought I was going to. And just have today be shorter than the recent streams have been. Because, you know, there's nothing wrong with short solo streams now and then compared to how most of the collabs have been like 6 hours minimum. And then we probably end up doing a longer, more varied stream on Monday. Because I'll be honest, I've still been having some real bad sleep lately. Like, some of you will know about that already because of the joke I'd made in one of the Discords about being in massive sleep debt. Like, I don't think it's enough for me to be negatively affected in a serious fashion by yet, but I'm definitely in a bit of sleep debt. But this happens to me in the summer fairly often because it starts getting hot enough that now and then it just becomes an issue. Found another Hun general. And before you say anything, no, I wasn't at the battle because if only you knew how much I worried about you. But anyway, tell me about your Hun general. The family reunion can wait. Well, he's guarding the entrance to the palace. It's already been 3 days since the Hun King shut himself away in there. Pretty unusual for a leader of nomads. He's up to something, that's for sure. And what are they doing hanging around here if they... You know, what do they want here? Bloody spoils over here. Oh, hey, we actually have... Wait a minute. Did buying the upgrade unlock it as a thing that'll show up as well? Or did I just happen to get lucky and it happened to show up this time? Because for context, in the 3 hours of practicing I did before doing this stream, now, not all 3 hours were all at the same time, just for clarity. It was like an hour and change when I first bought the game to make sure it all worked properly and all of that. And then I played for like an hour-ish before stream today. Both to audio balance and to make sure I was fresh at how it worked enough to not make a complete ass of myself because I knew this game was difficult. But yeah, in that entire time on that test file, I never saw a purchasable health extension. So to see that show up right after that is suspicious, but it's not enough to be like a, oh yeah, this must work this way. It's just one of those, huh, interesting moments. But yeah, if I didn't know any better, I would assume there's something in the palace that they're trying to mess with. And that's why they're sticking around there so much. Like some kind of magic MacGuffin. But you would think the queen would know about that. I really got a duplicate, huh? Okay, well, sure. We'll just put them side by side for now, I guess. Yeah, like the auto ledge climbing and things like that also, as you might have noticed already, can add a little bit of jank to the combat when you're fighting your small ledges. Which is kind of unavoidable, as this game has a decent amount of them. Where you can end up just accidentally climbing. Not to mention the posts that you can end up auto-attaching to without meaning to. And I understand that some of that's probably necessary to be automatic, to have it have the flow of movement that they want it to have. But I also feel like there's a way around that problem. I don't know what that way around that problem is myself offhand right now. Something like making it an accessibility option might solve it, but I don't know what kind of coding challenges they would have to get through doing that with the way this game's particular engine works. So I don't know what engine this game's in. I don't know whether this is a unique engine or if it's coded in something specific. I didn't actually look. And I don't think it was mentioned as a primary thing anywhere. Did we... Wait. Where'd the other Spartan go? Wait. Yeah, where'd our other copy of Spartan go? We just had 2 copies of that, and now the other copies vanished. Or was it never there to begin with? Anyway, I'm losing my mind. Just gonna go ahead and put this right here and don't think about that any further. But what I was gonna say before I had that realization is... Did grabbing the slicing kick unlock slicing vault as well? Or did I just literally never happen to see this until now? This is another very coincidental thing happening after unlocking something else that's tangentially connected. Fucking weird is what it is. And I'm so distracted by that I'm getting bodied now harder than I was normally. I may not be vocalizing how much I'm thinking about it, but my brain is definitely locked on that thought right now, spinning through a lot of possibilities of exactly how that actually works in how the game's designed. Because if there are a bunch of things that are unlocked simultaneously when you unlock something else, 1, I feel like that should be labeled, and 2, that makes things really complicated. Because at that point it probably should be listed more as unlocking a damage type or unlocking a mechanic rather than unlocking the specific ability. But I'm betting it's just a coincidence. Like, it's just 2 very coincidental things happening there. Because without knowing how big the pool was before I purchased anything, there's not really a way to prove that. But before you purchase any medallions, you would have the opportunity to check the pool to learn the answer to that question. So if I'm really that worried about it, I could always check my test file that I didn't unlock that on. Oh wait, no. You only have 1 file in this game. My other file was deleted when I made this file, but point being, there's ways to figure that out if I really am that interested in knowing. Judging from how I just moved through all of that without any issues, there's also the reality in which I've been overthinking that movement the entire time. Thank you for the follow, Amy Peterson. Hope you're doing well. Toxic Demise does seem useful. I don't know how useful it'll be. Appreciate it. I made all of the emotes for this channel myself. Which reminds me, I need to sit down and make more. Well, that'll happen at some point. I have made everything art-wise for this channel myself, yeah. Yep. Every art asset this channel has that is part of the channel, I made. Thank you. I have had some works made by friends, but none of them have been incorporated in the overlay or anything. One or two things might get incorporated at some point. I just gotta figure out where they get put. Yeah, the panels were very early work, and I haven't come back around to fixing them yet. I went through a bit of an art slump up until recently. Thank you. I started doing my own art about a year ago, I think, at this point? Something like that. I really haven't been doing art for that long, which is why some of them are still very rough. They're just not as noticeable. Dang it. Especially on, like, the emotes and such. The rough edges aren't noticeable because they're so small. I'm listening. I cannot guarantee I'll have a good answer for your question. What part of the rigging do you have a question about? Because there's multiple facets to that question. Right. Rigging is not as hard as people will lead you to believe, but it is a time-consuming and complicated process. And I highly recommend looking up, like, live 2D tutorials and such if you want to learn to rig. Like, I can give you a basic idea, because it's just... It all is similar to how you would animate in any other animation programs or anything, but it's all tied to parameters and how the keyframes react to the parameters being moved, for lack of a better way of explaining it. And I'm not 100% sure if that entirely makes sense, but that's the best way I can give a short form explanation for how that works. For me to rig mine, it took me a few days because this is the second model I ever rigged. The first one being the first version of this model. I haven't rigged anything for anyone else yet. I've been learning all of these things just to make my own things, basically. By the way, in case you're interested, I didn't escape on my own. Impossible. We searched the entire... Dead. It started out as a matter of I didn't want to have to spend money because I didn't have money. And then it became a matter of I enjoyed making my own things. And then the extra layer of pride came in that it's like, well, now I have to do everything myself because I'm a stubborn bastard. And this game in particular, our prince here pissed off the Huns. The Huns invaded his city. And now he's trying to figure out, one, what they want there, and two, how to get them out of his city and get his people saved. The excuse they have for him being able to die and come back is he's in a time loop thanks to the bola around his neck. Kind of like how, like, in the Sands of Time games, the dagger saves him. And it's published by Ubisoft, but it's made by the company Evil Empire, which I don't remember if they've done other things offhand. but to my knowledge, it's not directly attached to any of the other Prince of Persias. The only one I'm negotiable on is the newest one before this, because I don't know enough about that one. As much as I want to play it at some point, I still have yet to play it. The last ones I had played were the Sands of Time trilogy. By all means, ask whatever you need to ask. To my knowledge, there's not a way to give people channel points now. The closest there would be refunding channel points, and that would have to mean you already have them, so that really isn't giving you them in the first place. But I've also not really toyed with channel points that much, aside from setting up the handful of redeems I do have, so it's entirely possible that there is a method out there to give people channel points. Like, I wouldn't rule it out as a possibility, but it may very well require an exploit in the system in order to manage to gain channel points without sitting there watching the channel you want the channel points in. Though I will say, I have experienced that if you just have the chat open, even if you don't have the stream itself open, just having the chat open while the stream is running will generate channel points. I noticed that when I was collabing with others, I would have their chats open because CPU usage doesn't always allow for me to have their stream entirely open, but I was still generating channel points. So that's a fascinating little tidbit there that I've noticed. I can't guarantee that it'll always work because I'm not sure it's supposed to work. But if you're aiming to generate lots of channel points, that might be your way to do it. Especially in channels that don't necessarily run predictions. Because predictions would be the other way to generate lots of points. Which, I guess that would technically be a way for somebody to gift channel points as well, as if you just run a prediction, inflate the odds, and make sure that the side of the person you want getting channel points won. Oh yeah, some people that are around like all the time will generate a scary amount of channel points. And I say scary because there will come cases where there will be redeems active and such that will be detrimental to the streamer, and thus having lots of points gets very dangerous. There we go, the water wheel is running, so I presume now this lever works to open the door. No. Yes? Yes. Free at last, thank you, but how did you know? I'll explain later. Right now, you need to join Sukra at this oasis. What? No, I'm coming with you. We have to find the Sapphire Lantern. That's out of the question side. It's too dangerous. Oh. I'll be with you again soon. Are you sure? Yes, I cleared the path, so you should be able to leave. Alright. Promise me that I will see you later then. Yes, I promise. Now go to the oasis. I've seen it before a few times, yeah, especially with people that will, like, run crowd control with channel point redeems available for coins. Okay, we read that already. I wanted to see if there was anything different here, now that we had done the sluice gate bit. Like, when you have crowd control coins attached to channel points, you are going to have a wild ride, because so much more. It really does have Aladdin energy with this design. Which I guess makes sense to a certain degree. Why are you not grabbing that wall and climbing it, Prince? Please. There you go. Look at you finally remembering how your hands work. If you could just do your job, Prince, that would be great. Like, that right there is the crux of my main frustration with this game, is the wall running just sometimes doesn't do what it's supposed to do. Either the diagonal wall running or the vertical wall running. Yeah, he's grabbing the background is the thing, which physics-wise makes absolutely no sense. But if he's already breaking the laws of physics, I would like him to break them favorably. You know? If he's already cheating at reality, he may as well cheat so I win instead of cheating such that he randomly falls out of the air. There we go. Ah, good. We got the Falcata now, so we have another weapon blueprint. Each strike increases damage by 10% for 3 seconds and stacks up to 30 times. So you're saying if I attack fast enough, this will stack up to 300% extra damage? I'm sold on this idea. I don't think it'll ever reach that, because I don't think it attacks fast enough to stack all 30 times without some shenanigans. But, you know. At least we got another blueprint out of my near-death experience. Yeah, that's... The running up the background is this game's kind of claim to fame. It's the only thing that's truly unique about this game, other than it being attached to the Prince of Persia license, which I can't even say it's necessarily attached to that per se, because it's different enough from any of the other ones I've encountered. So that's kind of... This license has always been in a weird place, though, where very few of the Prince of Persias have anything to do with each other, other than, like, the Sands of Time trilogy being connected to itself. Like, that's always been kind of a weird thing, too. Get bullied into the wall. Okay, we survived the area. I could go back and get other things, potentially, but I don't think there's anything of high enough value to risk my 90 health. We're gonna get healed when we get to the next section. So I'm just gonna take my ball and go home. Once again to the Flooded Gardens in day 5. There we go. We got most of our health back and we've got our heal charge back now. So we should be okay for now. There's not a weapon I want down there because I want to keep this Falcata so I can learn how to use it. It doesn't do a lot of individual damage, but the scaling does seem to kick in a decent bit because we got up to 9 stacks the one time without me really trying that hard. So maybe it attacks faster than I think it does, and it can stack better than I thought. Because, like, we got 17 going there. Oh! I think I understand. I think it's actually increasing the duration each time as well. Because you'll notice it's lasting definitely more than 3 seconds. It's either that or this game's got a real weird sense of time. Alright, this is the area with the jelly people. Yeah, once that scaling starts going, this weapon rips through things. I like it. We've used this one before, but I kind of need it again. And we've got a good position to put it, so I'm gonna put it. Not sure why it was just laying there, but I'll take it. Ooh. Speaking of things we kind of need, more healing options are really compelling. Problem is, I would have to, well... Slicing Vault is very good, but I feel like I have to replace it in order for us to survive at this point. The extra damage is nice, but it's not doing enough damage to be better than the healing we're going to be gaining. Definitely want the better gauntlet. I wanted to shuffle it out of there so it didn't potentially break things by forever bouncing. As funny as the forever bounce is. But I guess the climbing the walls he's doing is trying to be as matching to how you could parkour up walls and such in the 3D Prince of Persia games. Considering there was quite a lot of that, even though a lot of the time that didn't make much sense either. And with it being a two-dimensional background like this, it's much harder for them to show proper representation of all the handholds he'd be using. Not that he really used completely believable handholds in the Sands of Time games either, but, you know. Sometimes there were handholds. Sometimes they made sense. I might also just be making excuses at this point, because I don't really remember the Sands of Time games that much. I got stuck on that post and didn't realize it till too late. That is definitely a problem this game has, is you can lose track of yourself because of where everything ends up. It's like, we had a big clump of enemies there, and the tallest of the enemies were actually between my visual perspective and where that pole was. I should have been able to tell based on the fact that I was crouching in the air, but I didn't process it fast enough. I couldn't wait to reunite with my brother now that he was free of Beroud. What had gotten into him, risking his life for an old legend? Here's a thought, though. If we're in this time loop because of the Bola, and nobody else is privy to this time loop other than the one selling us medallions, how is our brother still going to be there if time's going to go backwards and undo the fact that we fought Beroud and freed him to begin with? Nonetheless, what he had said made me think twice. Did the Sapphire Lantern really exist? Now he's there. Oh, then again, he would be aware of it since it's probably a family secret. What you can do is simply incredible, big brother. Thank you so much for freeing me. Son, I couldn't bear it if anything were to happen to you. But tell me, why were you at the academy? It's dangerous there. I went looking for city plans so I could find the Sapphire Lantern. I'm sure it exists. With this artifact, we'll be able to fight off the Huns. Son, it's a bedtime story Father told us when we were children, nothing more. Anyway, I don't have the plans anymore, not since I arrived at the Oasis. They must be back at the academy. Mother will be able to use them for her plan. You should get some rest, little brother. We'll talk about it later. Don't forget to go see Sukra. He can't wait to see you again. Okay, so at least he didn't get time looped back into a stupid place, so that's good. That wasn't there before. You freed San. That's great. Yes. I never would have managed without you and Pachi. That's right, you wouldn't have. But I'm proud of you, kid. I know you're not the type who asks for help. Without your support, I'd never been able to take on all these Huns. Never be afraid to ask for help. You're not responsible for everything in this war. I mean, it's been framed as him being responsible for the war starting. But maybe he wasn't completely responsible for it. Mother, mother, grant me your wisdom from afar and shed light upon my path. I've spent my entire life studying, but nothing could have prepared me for. Pachi, is everything okay? Oh, my prince, you're here. My task is to lend a helping hand. Don't worry about me. But Pachi, Let's not talk about this anymore. Awkward. Understood. But I still need you to do things. Okay, I think Slicing Vault might have just been available already. Because I seem to recall this space being filled before. Like, does that dialogue just mean I can't buy medallions right now? Okay, there we go. I just needed to step further to the side. I had a bit of concern there for a moment. Because I, at the very least, want Opportunity Knocks. Because having more healing options available is a good idea. I wanted, like I said before, to at least buy a couple more attacking options before buying even more healing. But now I've already balanced that. Flaming Kick will be fun, so we'll grab that. Now, you might be saying, well, didn't you want the Falcata and things like that? Yes, but I'm not that worried about that right now, because I still want to make more use of the broadsword and things like that anyway. I do want to get the spear, the Bagnock, and the Falcata into the weapon pool. Whirling Spear can stay there. But I wanted to just get a couple more medallions because we're getting so many repeats as far as the medallions went. I was supposed to go back to the academy. We can still get there from here. I just remembered that we do actually have the ability to split the path and get there, so it'll be fine. Yeah, I think we'll do enough runs to round out to like 4 hours, and I think that'll do it for today. The heat is definitely making me tired early. You know, on top of the discussion about sleep debt we had earlier. And it's entirely possible, as I mentioned once already, that my issues with like the wall running and such might just be a direct cause from rather the fatigue I have, and I may just be making stupid mistakes and not understanding that I'm making those mistakes. Considering, you know, doing it differently is working out so much better now. But I do still feel like it is a situation where it's disagreeing with how I want it to work. Like I discussed at the beginning. Oh well. Give me 1 second. Get rid of this guy before I address that. Thank you, you're right for the raid. How was your stream today? What were you up to? It's good to see you. Welcome in those who came in with him. Always good. It's always nice to be able to relax sometimes. There we go. Restore health when I break shields. That definitely seems like a winner. Dang it. Get off your perch. It's mine now. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely anything but a chill game until you really fully come to grips with it. Even then, this might not be very chill then. But I figure it would probably be more chill. The movement definitely has a little bit of speedrunners feel to it. Because it's all based on climbing and dashing. We just sadly are lacking a grappling hook. Which, this game does have a grappling hook, but it's not used for swinging, it's used for grabbing enemies. And I would say this is more violent than speedrunners, but that depends on who you play that with. That game can get real mean when you have the right people. I miss that game. It's hard to find people willing to play that nightmare. Well, this is awkward. So I really want Vampiric Demise, but the only... Well, then again, I'm not that attached to Spartan. Spartan doesn't really do anything for me. But I'm not going to get the full value. But still better anyway. I completely missed that kick. Well, that's a shame. Like, for all that I simultaneously get annoyed with the movement, this is probably some of the best movement a game like this has had in a bit. They just need to clean it up just that touch more, and I think it'll be where it needs to be for that. Dodging me. I really should have just killed the shield straight away rather than trying to kick him into it to break the shield. But I get stubborn about that sometimes. That'll do more damage right now. I do prefer the chakram over the bow. Not that I end up using either of them outside of boss fights, because I never think of using them. So I called myself out on that at the beginning of the session today, so I don't think anybody should really be shocked by that. I don't want to trade for the broadsword right now. Sir, get out of my shop. I am vending right now. Respect the vend. Yeah. We make number go up. Or in the case of enemies, number go down. Bye. Enjoy your poison cloud. It's like that's a perfect example right there of if you fight a little more cleverly, you can do so much in this game. Or you could play like I've been playing today and just charge in head first and get your shit kicked. There we go. There's the academy, which is where we wanted to go. As he slowly runs to the academy. Because, like, I do like the medallion system in this game, especially the fact that you have to place them sensibly to get them to upgrade each other. I do feel like they could do more with it, but maybe more gets done with it as the game proceeds as well. I don't know how much of the mechanics we actually have at our disposal yet. Especially since this is still quite early versions of the game, judging from the version numbers anyway. I don't know how far they're planning on going with the versions that this game will get to, considering, you know, it's version 0.1 down there, but I don't know if they're planning on, like, going 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, etc. before getting to 1.0, or if it's going to jump from 0.1 to 0.5 to 1.0. I don't know. It's only been out 3 days. Not enough information on that one yet. We do find a decent amount of Wells of Dreams, but I do get a lot of environmental kills as well. And I do want to keep using new things. But I've also been using Vampiric Demise a lot. So even though this is not a good trade per se, I'm gonna make the trade anyway. Because I'm pretty sure killing them with gravity counts as killing them with the environment. In this area in particular, we're gonna be able to get a lot of environmental kills as well, thanks to the spinning death blades and such everywhere in here. I did not mean to fall in there myself. Oop. Yeah, see, those count and gave me the healing. Prince, I wanted you to hit the door. Why did you climb up the door? Why do you keep vexing me? Like, I attacked that door the third time, and he still climbed it without breaking the door somehow. Like, somehow the climbing animation took priority over attacking it, for some reason. But I have to reiterate, for all that the movement in this game vexes me, it is really good movement for this type of game. It just also vexes me because I'm still coming to grips with it fully, and it may be touchy in places due to not being fully complete yet. Like, movement like this in a lot of other genres would lead to so many skips happening, probably. But since this game is built with this movement in mind, like 100% from the ground up, all the challenges are, of course, built with that movement in mind. It's like, look at all the single wall climbing I'm doing and things like that. You put movement like that in a Metroidvania or something like that, and people are gonna break your game over their knee unless it's built so strictly and specifically to stop people breaking it completely. That's the first time I encountered this vertical chamber, and I'm surprised I got through it as well as I did. I really expected to have gotten chopped up more doing that, considering what happened in smaller vertical sections before. Maybe I'm just actually getting better at that. I say lying like a liar would. There we go, now we can get Slicing Dive. Which, that does sound like something I would want, too. Placing Toxic Shock wouldn't be the worst idea. As nice as Toxic Shock is, I have used it before. And I do a decent amount of dive attacks. I did just realize, though, that now we don't have the set fire when we break shields effect anymore. Because that didn't have a 2-space upgrade, which I think is why I took Toxic Shock in the first place when I saw it. Well, you know, live and learn. Variety is the spice of life, and sometimes you put a little too much spice on things that you didn't need to put. There's spinning wheels everywhere here. This place is built on spinning wheels. If you sat this area on the ground, it would roll away like a car. Feels weird doing the top half first this time. The other 2 times I've been here, I did the bottom half first. But I just kind of was following the whims of how my body decided to move, and well, it led to us going that way. Now, the question on my mind is how bad is this door gonna be? Oh, good. It's actually a good door. It leads to me being able to drop my spirit glimmers off so I don't lose them. Excellent. I shouldn't have been worried about that door now that I think about it, because there's only ever so far been 1 challenge room per zone. So there wouldn't really have been another challenge room door there. So there really was nothing to be worried about with that door at all. I shouldn't have thought about that for a second. God damn it. I stopped to think about how I didn't get hit with that explosion, and then I got hit by something else instead. I just shouldn't have questioned it. That's why everything was working out so well there up until a moment ago. Is no thoughts, only avoiding death. Because it's like I always say, if you ignore the things that are trying to kill you, they can't hurt you. Editor's note, never use this logic in real life. It will not work. Real problems are not in fact like the boogeyman. Hiding under blankets will not save you. Nor will hiding under blankets save you from the boogeyman, probably. This place has so many doors. It has many doors, Ed boy. No, Rolf, not now. Rid of that guy. Run straight into that bullet because I had the stupid I can dodge this reflex. Forgetting once again that this game doesn't really give you iframes on your dodging. Aside from, I think when you're vaulting over an enemy you get some iframes. It really feels like you do, but I can't guarantee that. We have a royal sword right now, so arguably the idea would be to grab the level 6 version of it. Yeah, because the DPS on the broadsword just drops off a bit. Like, the individual hits on the broadsword are better, but it just attacks just slow enough. Oh god, a shielded shaman. No. No, 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 no. Don't see shielded shaman that often, and you know what? I'm happy for it. Well, that takes care of itself, I guess. I was gonna kick him down into the blades to heal, but he blew himself up before I could do that. It's like he knew what I was planning. Why is this all lit up now? Why does this look... Oh. Oh, that's weird. I know exactly why this is all clean and nice now. It's because basically by saving the prince's brother, and due to the way the whole prince's time loop thing works, he was never here in the first place now. So he never got attacked here, which means this never got messed up, I guess. That's the only logic I can think of for it. But that means that the city plans aren't here. Yeah, because you'll notice the door's not broken anymore. Also... Huh. You know... That's a little weird. It makes sense that you end up behind the door when you're doing that. It's the fact that your arms and such are clipping through it that make that not make sense. Is the reason why it makes sense that you would be behind the door is because you're climbing the wall behind it. You could argue that he could just climb the door itself at the rate he just kind of Spider-Man's his way up everything, but it at least makes some degree of sense that way. It just gets, like I said, slightly strange when you see him clipping through the door. And now it's off to the boss fight again. See if we survive it. If we don't, the bright side to that is we get one more run in before 4 hours. If we do survive it, then this is probably the last run. And now that I've said that out loud, this is going to be the other one that goes really far. His last run always goes farthest for some reason. Like, I'm not in a bad position to beat this boss. I strongly suggest you let me pass. I'm not the kind to disobey my orders. This is as far as you go. Don't say I didn't warn you. I debated making a joke there with the "this is as far as you go" line. And then I decided I don't think anybody's gonna understand the joke I'm making. So I decided not to. Making that decision, however, meant I ran repeatedly into multiple attacks because I was too busy making that decision and not paying attention to what I was doing. Because my brain works that way sometimes. It's like, hey, you know, I should probably be avoiding these attacks in order to survive. But making decisions is hard. I can't believe I avoided the one right next to me, but somehow avoided the one that somehow didn't avoid, rather, the one further away. That's what makes me think there's iframes on the vaulting, though. Is the fact that sometimes I'll be right on top of them like that and vaulting, and I'll be safe from the attack. Something like that, yeah. It's something in that vein where just a little bit too much focus is on the thing that I don't need to be focusing on at that exact moment. I didn't have the energy to jump at them. So I was gonna be funny, and after they charged across, I was gonna jump attack them with their own move, just because it would have been really funny to counter hit them with it. No. No yelling. Ow. You know what? I deserve that. I 100% deserve to get slapped there for that. Oh, come on. You have 2 hit points left. Just die. How? Never underestimate the bravery of the Persians. There we go. We got through that fight again. We're rewarded with the money ability again that I'm not going to take because we were breaking the game enough with that already. I'm not going to keep breaking that right now. Gotta vary it up sometimes. Even if sometimes you have to force yourself to vary things up. Okay, so we don't need to do the whole prison section here this time, because we don't have to rescue our brother anymore. The question becomes, is there anything else to do here now, or do I just go straight to the end of this zone? Actually, I should look at the mind web for a moment, because I think I realized something we didn't have the ability to follow up on. Yeah, we already did that. He's already safely there. Okay, we don't actually have anything new on the mind web relating to the city plans. The reason I was pondering that is I forgot to check with the mother on the way out this time. So I'm wondering if we were supposed to talk to her on the way out to talk about the city plans, and then we would be told where to get them from or how to use them or something. I'm not entirely sure what the situation with that is because it's not on the mind web. We were just told that he had the city plans when he was looking for the Blue Lantern, and now he doesn't have the plans anymore. So they got dropped somewhere, presumably. I logicked that they would be back at the academy, especially since the prince specifically said they must be back at the academy. And then the spot that made sense for them to be, there was nothing there. Unless that part's not done yet. That might just be something that's not available in the early access yet. Which is always a possibility. That there's always layers upon layers of possibilities for why something is true until you find out for sure from the source, which in this case we have no access to the source at the moment, presuming none of the people from Evil Empire are listening. But you know, you never know, they might be. Wouldn't be the first time I've had developers in the chat, but for something like this I feel like I don't. That may just be me doubting myself, who knows. No, I feel like if they were here they would have gotten tired of me complaining about the wall climbing a while ago and left. Listen to this guy complaining about our game. Okay, yeah, kicking people off ledges does count for the healing. Good verification there. I was gonna kick you off the ledge, but instead I'll just kick you the other way into the spike death instead. I don't know if he really got a better deal by being kicked off into the spikes or a worse deal. Oh, really? I feel like it's kind of about the same if you think about it. Dying to gravity or dying to spikes. This is another thing that gets my goat with this game sometimes, is if two enemies are stuck on top of each other pretty much like that, you cannot dislodge them by kicking. Because you can't get in between them, like, at all. And if you just kick through the first one into the second one, it just doesn't count it. It only hits the first one. Which makes sense. I'm not disagreeing on a logical angle for that. I just feel like, from a game feel perspective, that's an edge case they may want to fix. Because as much as I call it an edge case, it happens a lot because some of these areas have a lot of enemies in them, which leads to them stacking on each other a lot. Which them stacking on each other is great for attacking them, terrible for kicking them, for like trying to get rid of barriers and things like that. Or in this case, trying to kick them off of ledges in order to get the healing. But if you can't kick them, you also can't separate them, so you're just stuck with enemies that are basically useless to you. From the perspective of trying to make use of them for healing or shield breaking or anything. Because they'll break each other's shields if they're side by side when you kick them, but you can't break the shield of anything like 2 feet to the side of the clumped up two. And again, it makes logical sense that you wouldn't be able to kick them any real distance or anything in a position like that. But logic doesn't always have to come into it. Like, in terms of something that would make the game flow better, I feel like that might be a good idea. But I may also just be speaking in terms of things that would benefit me. It is definitely something that would benefit me. And I'd be the first to call myself on that, because I am self-aware enough to realize that sometimes. This time being one of those. By the same token, like the cheating discussion we had before, specifically in terms of cheating in a game, because that's a very different animal from the other kind of cheating that we aren't going to discuss, because most of us, in fact all of us, should be at least adults here, rational or otherwise, and shouldn't be stooping to such things. Things in the other perspective. And we've already discussed the way I feel about video game cheating, so we're not going to backtrack over that other than the short version of single player game, cheat all you want. Competitive game, don't cheat. Don't be a dick. There you go. Done. Easy. Short version of discussion rehashed instantaneously. I mean, we have full health for a change, so sure. See if we get something good. I would consider that something good, considering that is more than double the level of the previous gauntlet we had. Now, if only I actually used it more than, like, right now, to smash one guy because they all climbed up the ledge at me, and I should have just did the dive from the ground so that I would hit further forward. Forward in this case being towards my position rather than away. They really want me using that grappling hook, which I do like, but I also like the gauntlet, because the gauntlet is big smashy, destroy my enemies. Okay, that breaks shields too. I didn't actually realize that. I should have, in hindsight. Yep, there's the enemies being stuck on top of each other again. Realistically, I should have been able to kick the regular guy that was to the left of the shaman with where I kicked, but since my model was clipping into the shaman, it still counted me as kicking the shaman. Like, just the hitbox on that, I guess, might just be slightly weird. Sure, make my sword better. There was a line I was about to say, and then I realized that out of context and even in context, that line was going to sound wrong. So I opted not to say it. I feel like there were allegations there that I was never going to beat, so I'm just not doing it. Why did you not grab that? Why are you the way you are? Is he just straight up phased through it? He just didn't grab. Paper Lion. This medallion increases the damage you inflict as well as the damage you receive. Yikes! Like, I am down for that, but yikes! How would you like a self-destruct amulet? Oh, that'll be so bad. That'll be so bad, but it'll be so great. Because that's a total of 100% damage increase on both sides. In a game where you already take like 100+ damage from getting touched by anything. Which, that's something I need to point out, actually. If you're already taking 100+ damage from everything, and your health is set in the thousands, why not just cut the 0 off of there and have enemies do damage in the 10s, but have your health be in the 100s, instead of just making the number look bigger? I just realized that. It's like, it would be the same thing. So I guess no, because there's nothing that has given us a percentage health increase either. But I guess it does change the impact of things like these 25 hit point and 5 hit point bonuses. So they would have to be adjusted for that, and it would turn into a whole thing. Good idea or not, I'm going to do that. We're going to take... It can deal 50% more damage. Now, here's what makes that a bad idea. Consider, if you will, that our DPS is 193. And our individual attacks are... I can actually see it here. Our individual attacks do 82. So with the 50% increase, we will be doing 41 more, which is 123 per hit. We take more than that already in damage. So realistically, I've made a very bad deal there. The only way this will become a good deal for me is the fact that I will hopefully be able to kill them before they can hit me. That's the only way this is gonna work out favorably. Is by the logic of don't get hit, forehead. I say as I immediately get hit trying to set up to break the shield. I was stuck in my animation, I couldn't turn around. Once again, a factor that this game has that is an issue, and that is some of the animations are uncancelable. And with how well this game moves, I feel like uncancelable animations kind of flies in the face of that conceptually, which throws off the flow of everything. But there's a reason why it makes sense, though. And it's the fact that they constantly point out that the prince is a mortal being. He is not like this amazing super fighter. He's very good at moving around, and he can't die because of the bola, but he's not like some god of the battlefield who can rip through everybody. Straight confrontation isn't really what we're supposed to be doing constantly, even if the game seems like it kind of forces that to a certain degree. Like, I obviously probably could just be going through the stages avoiding these guys instead of killing them all, but I lose out on currency, both gold and meta currency that way. So I don't know if the game really understands itself, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like those two angles conflict with each other. Is the benefit of not fighting enemies is you don't take damage. The benefit of fighting enemies is you gain gold, you gain meta currency, and you become more powerful. So, if you feel like you're powerful enough, I suppose you could just start skipping all the enemies and running through using Prince's greater agility to just avoid everything. But you have to fight at some point in order to be able to scale. So it's an interesting thought there. Where it is in and of itself a risk-reward system. I've come to put an end to your torment, Batar. Ah! Yep, he mad. As you can see, though, he's straight up not having a good time. And that was the auto-climbing fucking me over there. Because I tried to stay, like, right on the edge there, and instead he climbed up the rest of the way without me telling him to. These are just far enough apart that sometimes you just don't make those. I still feel like that's just not a good fight mechanic. Especially to have it just come up so suddenly like that. Like, I'm all for your boss fights to be completely different from each other. I have no problems with it on that angle. My only problem revolves around the fact that it's a very cheap way to end up dying. And maybe it's my lighting effects and my brightness settings, but a lot of his effect warnings really aren't very clear visually. Like, you can tell that some areas of the room are darker, but they're just not that much darker. So it kind of blends. Like, for those wondering why I haven't been dodging that spinning laser move, I only just realized that the laser stops at the walls because there is a hit indicator where it goes, but it's very hard for me to see. And I don't know if it's clearer on the capture, but it definitely is not very clear to my eyes on my display. And it may just be tired eyes are lying to me, but that definitely did not seem that distinct. And I'm not asking for it to be like a big, blaring, red, obvious thing, but if they're using light and dark to do it, I feel like they should have added a bit more dark to it just to make it stand out just a touch more. Because you could easily not notice that just by it being the shadows of those ledges. I must be crazy devoting myself to the forge like this. Sure, I do miss the time I spent with you at the palace, but a life of luxury, kid, that's not for me anymore. I mean, everybody has their things. I need to find a place where I can set up. Well, there's plenty of room here at the Oasis, whatever the hell you're trying to set up. Like over here by the target dummy. Or up by my big tent here. There's a ledge right up here. See, you can set up here. Plenty of space. Just dig this out a little bit. I have no idea what he's planning to set up to do either. There are times when I can smell the mountain flowers of my childhood. As if someone had freshly picked them right next to me. Huh. That's a thing. Yeah, as I said, a 4-hour session today is probably enough for this. And enough in general. I am tired. This game is fun, though. I don't know how often it'll come up on stream. Because, like I said, I'm enjoying it, but I don't really know how well it'll hold up, I suppose is the way to put it. Is much like a lot of these kind of roguelikes, there's only so much there, and you kind of have to add more to it yourself in some ways for it to have longevity. But it can be a good fill-in, I think. I think that'll will be a good spot for it. As like part of me doing sets of roguelikes in a day or something. Which I do need to do another one of those at some point. It's been a while. But I've also not been having that many solo days. So the two kind of go hand in hand there a little bit. Tomorrow should be enshrouded. I didn't necessarily get a yes that tomorrow was going to work out and be great, but both of us saying I hope tomorrow works kind of tells me yes enough, I feel. So that should be what's happening tomorrow. If something goes wrong, I'll figure something out. I have multiple things backed up right now that I would end up covering, so need be, that'll be what happens. Last I checked, Saturday should be Foundry with Walla again, because we had discussed about doing it this Saturday. Because I had ended up saying I was going to skip the last one because of wanting to have time. Then Monday it'll probably be the Lurk It game that I applied for, and if I get some of the other ones I applied for, I'll probably just do them in bulk on Monday. We'll just like make a whole day of it. Because I've got quite a few that I applied for that I'm hoping I get. And multiple of them are ones that would fit within a single day. Within the span of covering what the game is. You wouldn't be able to like complete them all in one day, but you could cover it enough that people would get the idea of what it is, how it works, and all of that within like an hour or so. I guess basically what I'm getting at by saying that is they're not JRPGs. One of the only things that doesn't get to the point in the first like 2-3 hours. If you're wondering why it sounds like I'm stalling, it's because I'm trying to pick a raid target and being indecisive. It's almost like this happens at the end of every stream or something. Somehow we just end up here every time. Because I've got a few people to pick from. So options are not the issue this time, but picking between them is the problem. Like, I know what you're doing, even though you're labeled as retro. I know what you're doing. Got people doing art. We got people doing this. We got people doing that. I got options. I really need to be thinking about deciding this before we get to this point more often. But I can never guarantee people are still going to be on by the time I end, because I never know how long I'm going in any real capacity. Because it's almost always, oh yeah, I'll go till I'm tired. And tired is a very variable thing for me. I also wish I had a better way of looking at this list without having to refresh this tab constantly. And I'm sure there probably is a better way to look at this list, and I just don't know it. Because there's a lot of things in this world I don't know. I'm just not that interested in that. It's the only thing that's turning me away from going over there, because it's been a while since we've raided them. Okay, there are more people that just started right now. But nobody else that I've vetted already. Okay, I'm gonna bring it down to those two and I'm gonna flip a coin. We've already wasted enough time sitting here trying to make decisions. Heads it's art, tails it's that. Alright, there we go. Easy answer. Gotta stop fighting myself constantly. I feel like the most awkward thing about this entire thing is the one I had initially looked at and initially was like, yeah, I'll go there, is the one I ended up flipping the coin and ending up on. I should have just went with the initial decision and just fucking did it. But no, I have to second guess everything I goddamn do because that's just how I work. Brain. Anyway, we'll go see Icheki Nanchan, who's doing some art. She's always been good, both on social media and the handful of times we've visited her, so I'm sure it'll be fun over there. Thank you all for taking the time to be here. We already talked about the schedule, so I'm not going to rehash that, aside from, remember, tomorrow is going to be earlier in the day if it ends up happening. And it will be... Absolutely, thank you for being here. Or you're right, and thank you again for that raid. Yeah, tomorrow will be earlier in the day. Saturday will be at closer to usual time. It'll probably be somewhere in the like 3 p.m. Eastern time, because that's the time Vala and I have done most things. Probably be that again if that works out. If it doesn't, it'll probably be 2. So it'll be in that range either way. And then the rest of the week will be usual times as well. There's nothing to worry about there. Be good to check it, and I'll see you next time. Good night, everybody.